But yeah, essentially just trying to get the RNG manipped Eevee here, using Aldelaro's wonderful RNG assistant program. And I guess once the game resets here, I can kind of walk through my process a little bit.
I think this offset actually feels pretty good now.
And hopefully my current commentary is like significantly distinguishable from my old. I don't really say too much during my streams, so hopefully it won't be too much of an issue, like causing confusion, like who's talking, me or past me.
Got time for a couple more tries today.
So that was the old me. But anyway, yeah, we just kind of go into the quick battle mode, and then we find our seed, our current RNG seed, by entering in all this information. We only have to enter the first 2 Pokemon, and then we enter all the HP values along with the Pokemon, and it kind of narrows down my RNG seed, usually within like 3 passes on average. And then once we have that, I just click auto reroll, and it's going to start finding my next hittable Eevee that I want. And while it does that, I back out and go to the Game Boy connection screen, because we're going to be using a double battle with all Moltres on the field to try to advance RNG as quickly as possible. And so this is currently being set up while the program is searching for the next hittable Eevee frame, basically, just trying to make the most efficient use of stream time. Hey Jose, how's it going? It was pretty finicky, I found, trying to connect my Game Boy on XD versus Colosseum. I'm not really sure why, it would just kind of fail to connect sometimes, but leaving the Game Boy on the whole time and soft resetting Emerald seemed to work pretty well. Not 100% consistently, but definitely better than just trying to turn the Game Boy on every time. Yes, RNG go burr, indeed. So yeah, it's pretty much just sitting here letting the RNG advance. I don't have my notes in front of me on this method, but it's pretty fast. Definitely the fastest we can advance RNG currently, allowing us to hit Eevee frames that are pretty far out, but it's in a reasonable amount of time.
If Naughty Nature didn't show up as much,
I usually go for no more than like 5 minutes of this battle, and if it's further than that, I'll just look for another Eevee. Like, basically, we would just we would just restart the console, which resets the RNG, and then we would just try again.
Stuck to the strats and trusted certain things.
So right here, clearly I had a result that was way too far away, so I just decided, now screw that.
Entire run. No matter how much.
Or no, never mind. I guess it was just a really short wait. Okay. Yeah, so that's what normally happens when we're done waiting. We just back out of the fight. I thought I usually stopped my live split timer a little later than that, but anyway. So then we do the seed checking process again, now that we're much, much closer to the target frame.
It's like, oh yeah, I only got 1 result, so I don't have to worry about which bear I have.
See, I watched my run ahead of this, but I didn't watch, like, the previous few attempts before this, so...
60.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the run now. Once we start the timer again, like, this will be the run.
U2 350.
So yeah, we're close enough now to where we just do manual backouts. Just kind of get into the A-B rhythm. It's not too bad. There was a known issue with the assistant program where it didn't always line up correctly after so many rerolls, so you had to pay attention to what team it showed you. The team that you should see when you've reached enough rerolls. So that's why I kind of go slower near the end here. It's like I'm checking the Pokemon and the HP values, just making sure everything's correct before backing out to the title screen. So then we start timer with this yes confirm. And then that's the timed A press right there to hit the Eevee frame. Luckily, XD's background RNG rate on the name screen there is the same for both the custom name and the default names. So like in Colosseum, we couldn't choose just one-letter names because the RNG advances at a different rate versus just the default Wes screen. So we had to be Wes for Colosseum, or, you know, any of the default names, but Wes was the shortest. In XD, we can go ahead and just pick a one-letter name, though, which is nice. You know, it saves a few frames of text every time our player's name shows up. Before RNG Minute for Eevee, we had to watch this ship cutscene probably an average of 20 times before we got a runnable Eevee. And that's not even mentioning Teddiursa. Like, just the Eevee, we had to watch this many, many more times than we do now. My typical success rate at hitting that frame on the name screen, though, is like maybe 1 out of 3, so it's not too bad. Oh my god, we hit it! Let's go! Runnable Eevee. Last one of the day. So I guess I can pretty much try no matter what the bear is, just for some de-rusting. Yeah, this was the last run of the day, too. At least for the early game, because bear's stats don't matter as much for the super early game. Yeah, having the RNG assistant just makes this game so much more accessible now. Not having to sit through 3 hours just for the Eevee and then trying to get a good bear on top of that. We still do not have RNG Minute for Teddiursa, but it is currently being worked on. The color settings a little more. Capital SR is putting a great amount of effort into it, trying to model the RNG perfectly. They looked alright when I tested them out. We already kind of know the method that it would have. Excuse me. Like, the method is pretty easy to understand. The way about confirming your RNG is understood. The only reason we don't have the Teddy Manip right now is honestly just because of the existence of these 3 fountains in front of the lab that have these random particle effects. And apparently they can have different starting RNG sets that is still modelable, like it's still mappable, but it's a long, tedious process, I guess, of figuring it out. Not impossible, though. It's just gonna take some time to figure that out. But yeah, if not for those fountains, we would be able to minute bear currently. It actually does look a bit dark compared to my TV. And typically, like with the stats I go for on bear, you're looking at generally just attack and speed. I typically try to go for 25 attack and 16 speed. Sky looks okay. Or better. Like, this route kind of... Like, you really want to have, like, a top-tier bear if possible. For like 30 seconds. Or at least pretty close. Also making sure that there wasn't, like, any... Like, obviously the route can still work with lesser stats, but it just becomes a little bit more of a nightmare. The main thing that differentiates Hidden Power Psychic route as far as difficulty goes is money management. Like, you can't really afford as many healing items or X items. But you also kind of need more X items and healing items, so... Yeah, it's a little rough managing money, but... Luckily some of the fights in the mid-game are easier than other routes, so you take less damage in those fights. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I've just kept my splits the same since I started running this game years ago. I guess when we had Bear Minute, we could try to make a split where you actually get the bear and then purify the bear. I don't know. We'll see how that shakes out. But yeah, right there I got a lucky crit on Sunkern, which Sunkern's typically only a 1 in 16 range with Bite. Like, you have to get the highest roll to knock it out without a crit. Like, this early game actually had several useful crits that came in pretty clutch, and that was just the first one. It's like the luck in my early game was pretty insane, as you'll see. So now we're just kind of scrolling through all this text, getting Jovi back. One thing that I had to finally put in my notes, because I've seen too many new runners kind of not do this, like the optimal way to advance text in this game, you just have to be holding either A or B, and then you can mash with the other one. It's pretty simple. Like, some of the text boxes can be awkward in certain cutscenes when you have like a required yes option or a required no option. And sometimes you get a lot of text boxes like immediately after moving, so you kind of have to move your fingers into the right position, but generally it's not too hard to do optimal text scrolling. So yeah, back at the lab, time to get our random bear, our non-manipable bear, just kind of hoping that it has attack and speed sufficient for the run. So like I said, 25-16 bears typically will take about, like, maybe an average of 9 resets. I would accept 24 attack, possibly 15 speed if we had, like, ridiculous attack, like 27, 28 attack. But yeah, unfortunately high amount of resets expected usually. There's not really much we can do about that till we have the manip.
Audio cuts off at random intervals.
So getting the snag machine that we will use exactly one time in the run, right here to catch bear.
Like game sound, or that must mean game sound.
Older versions of the any percent route would be catching Ralts sometimes for the Twisted Spoon. And then really old versions of the route, when I first started running, were also catching Zook's Zangoose for the Silk Scarf to give to Bear. Nowadays, though, we typically don't throw balls at anything other than Teddiursa, which is required. So we can't technically do a true no snags run in this game, because you are actually required to catch Bear. If you try to do any other action in this upcoming fight, Professor Crane will just yell at you, so you kind of just have to throw the ball. But at least it's a guaranteed ball, unlike in Colosseum when you're trying to catch the Johto starter. So that makes these resets a little less RNG-based. So that's all we care about are the stats, not the catch luck, because the catch luck is guaranteed.
The colors a little bit, audio hopefully fine.
So that walk right there up to Naps in that cutscene, eventually when we have Manip, we're just going to be holding down, like straight down, so it's consistent movement from the door all the way to that cutscene trigger. So once we know how the RNG is going to be mapped out, and once we know our timed A press and everything, that's basically the movement we're going to have to take. The nice thing is we'll know if we got the frame correctly by the camera angles that we see when we start this fight. So we won't even have to wait until we get into the lab and watch the cutscene and everything. We can just reset right here if it was wrong.
Every few minutes or so. But that happened like after several hours.
Because yeah, the stats are set in stone when this fight starts. And the only RNG really in this fight is the camera angles.
It depends on the bear, honestly. But the stream will go on regardless, because I was also going to do some battle CD attempts if we didn't get any runs today, so... And I can do battle CD attempts for at least another...
So I always like to joke around, is this Professor Crane going to be able to be rescued, or is he just gone forever because we're going to reset? Who knows? I don't know why, but I have a pretty good feeling about this bear coming up.
The stream won't be ending yet, but the any percent attempts will be
Sniff.
Sniff.
Damn, I was late there. No, you weren't. Jovie sniff emote win. It's like a big drum roll moment here.
Crying Jovie. Are you kidding me? Okay. We have a run.
Yeah, there's my old commentary for you.
Oh, my bear luck lately. I don't even...
25-17.
It's because I've been away for weeks. The game's just kind of...
So that's exactly the attack I wanted and better speed than I wanted.
It's only when I'm rusty that I get bears like this.
So yeah, typically I have my stream paused while I'm backing out of the menu there, right before taking the elevator. So I can just have the stats on screen as I enter them in.
RNG assistant.
Basically, anytime I don't have to be holding a direction, I'll just be entering the stats in one by one. You usually can get them all entered by the time I enter Gation Port. And Gation Port's just a massive cutscene train, so... got plenty of time to kind of look at your possible bears, because you'll usually end up with more than one result in this game. In Colosseum, it was rare to get more than one result, just because, you know, they're level 30, there's very little stat overlap. And in this game, your bear is level 11, so there's a lot of stat overlap. That's why there's also a nice gender option, so you can at least narrow down half the bears each time.
Oh, yeah,
but even with that, you'll still likely get, like, 4 or more results, sometimes as many as a dozen to go through. So a large part of the difficulty in this first split is just kind of figuring out which bear you have. Which, again, once we have manip, will not be an issue at all. We'll just know what bear we have immediately. The only issue is hitting the frame for it at that point, which we'll already have done at this point. So to figure out which bear you have, I'm going to open up my spreadsheet just so I kind of can see what I'm talking about here. So I definitely encourage all runners of this game to kind of have this damage calc sheet up, which is linked in my notes, which are linked on the Discord server and on speedrun.com.
Kind of a piece of paper.
So it kind of has the standard sheet from Colosseum,
We'll
where you can enter in your defensive IVs, and it auto-updates all the damage calcs for you, so you know how much damage you take from everybody. And then there's another tab called the Purify tab, which has a lot of information, and it can be very intimidating at first, but basically all you do is you're figuring out which nature of bear you have. Like, that's the main thing you're trying to solve here. Because we often don't even know that much, and it helps a lot just to know the nature, so you know how it's going to purify and which amount of sense you need to buy. So if you have your stats up on your screen, you can actually enter them at the top of this Purify tab, and it'll automatically kind of black out all of the impossible natures, so you don't have to look at those natures at all while you're figuring out which one you do have. So you can easily do that during all these cutscenes, at least when you're not having to mash through text and stuff.
Actually, Hasty's not bad either. It's just we don't get to save as much money.
That Zangoose always gets psychicked. I think that might be the only move Alakazam even has in that fight. So that fight should basically always be the same. I don't think that Zangoose can ever survive. So yeah, it's not like the scrub fight in Colosseum. There's really only one way that fight ever goes.
Now, just because of this Sunkern fight being fast. This is the earlier frame.
So yeah, make sure to take the right evolution item here. This is how you get the Espeon. Works a little differently than the main Gen 3 games, where it's just happiness required to evolve.
Usually a pretty good.
In this game, you just have to have this item in your inventory somewhere, and then have your happiness get high enough. That's the other main thing that you worry about in the split, aside from figuring out the bear, is Eevee's happiness will allow it to evolve sometimes at level 11, and sometimes not. Sometimes you have to wait till level 12. There's not really much you can do about that, unfortunately, because the main way you gain happiness right now is from step cycles. And step cycles, when you complete one, you have a 50% chance of gaining 1 point in happiness. Just purely by RNG. Nothing you can do about that. It's just a coin flip every time you complete a step cycle. And you need to complete, I think it was 3... You need to win 3 out of 5 coin flips in order to have enough happiness to evolve at level 11. And level ups give you a free 2 points. So if you don't get it at level 11, you will almost always get it at level 12. You sometimes might get really unlucky and not even get it at level 12. And I think that only happens 1 out of 32 runs. And if that happens, you might as well reset at that point. Because completing the next 3 fights beyond that at level 12 as an Eevee, not very fun. Very slow. Typically I don't have a reset point, though, for not getting level 11 evolution. It's generally, you only have to do 2 extra fights as an Eevee if you don't evolve at level 11, and that's not super bad. It loses around 20 to 30 seconds. So it can matter. It's generally just, I'll keep going just to, especially if the bear is good, I'll still keep going. I won't reset over that, typically. And I'm pretty sure this run did not get the level 11 evolution, but it ended up being, I had pretty good Eevee fights anyway after that, so didn't really lose as much time as I was fearing. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I had only 2 possible bear results, and I clicked the mild one prematurely just because I was pretty sure based on the frame number. The program is also really nice. It actually lists the frame numbers next to each result, and one of them was a lot earlier than the other one. And because I crit the Sunkern, typically when you complete that fight faster, there's not as many animation frames advancing RNG, so you can pretty safely assume you hit the earlier frame in that case. But in order to confirm that the mild one was correct, you really have to learn how to eyeball the shadow bar, that purple bar right below the Pokemon's box in battle. This game actually makes it a little bit tougher than Colosseum to just eyeball and tell exactly how much of your bar is empty. But with practice, if you know which 2 natures you're comparing with, and one is obviously greater or less than the other one,
it's also a relatively new addition.
You don't have to know exactly, to the 100th place how much the bar is depleted sometimes. Maybe just the 10th place is fine. And that's a lot easier to distinguish with your eyeball. I'm pretty sure the only 2 possible results in this case were mild or hasty. So you want to look at the shadow bar while you're sending it out in battle. If it was the mild one, it would be down half a bar, and the hasty one would be down only about 1/3 of a bar.
Okay, if it's mild, we should see it half a bar while being sent out.
Like I'm explaining now.
Hasty will be significantly less than that.
So yeah, we're kind of just paying attention to the bar on Teddy here, and that's clearly half a bar. It's definitely not 1/3, so I was pretty confident that it was the mild one at this point.
The mild.
So I just automatically bought the amount of Vivid Sense needed for that nature, rather than hasty. So I kind of just lock in on that strat. Yeah, this bear was definitely a glass cannon. Luckily, the defenses don't matter too much once you become an Ursaring, but there are definitely several fights in the early game that are scary. Having paper-thin defenses like that. I don't think I got into reverse mode at all this run. Reverse mode is a lot like Colosseum's hyper mode, where it just randomly happens sometimes when you attack with a shadow Pokemon. And in this game it can happen when you use any move, even though we only have shadow moves right now. And I think the odds are the same across all natures. I think somebody found that out in the Discord and posted it. Basically, it just gets more likely the lower your bar goes, but we're typically only down 1 bar or less at this stage, so it's not terribly likely to go into reverse mode. Yeah, it's overall worse, but sometimes you do rely on it for purifying. Because not all natures will be able to purify with 7 Vivid Sense or less, and 7 is pretty much the maximum you can afford without having to do extra item pickups or extra fights and things like that. The absolute worst case scenario would actually be Naughty Nature with no reverse mode. In that case, you would need 9 total Vivid Sense and have to do an extra fight. If you're fast, you can get it done in under 2 minutes extra time. Actually, I think less than 1.5 minutes, because the fight isn't very long. Like, the extra optional trainer you have to fight is not that long. And the main reason you fight her is because she gives you a TM after you defeat her, and you can sell that TM for a good amount of money. And it's just a 1-turn fight, too, but it's still really annoying to have to do that. That would be a case where you better have a God Bear, and Naughty Nature is plus attack, so that does help. It's a very good nature to have, generally, on a bear, but it just sucks to purify. If you get the early evolution, nice nature. Basically, Colosseum and XD kind of flipped the table on how good certain natures are to purify. Like, they're pretty much the exact opposite from Colosseum. Like, Naughty was an amazing nature to purify in Colosseum, and it sucks in XD. The best nature to get if you wanted plus attack would be Lonely in this game, which is minus defense. I don't remember how long ago that was. I think when we have manipulable bears, though, we'll want to probably go for plus speed more so than plus attack. I'm definitely thinking the speed is going to help a lot more for this route than the attack, but you do want high neutral IV attack, though, like this bear. Like, that definitely will help a lot throughout the run. Because you can still get damage ranges just fine with this attack, but speed is kind of like, you either have it or you don't. Like, you're either saving time or not. And here we got the level 12 Eevee evolution. So, you know, a couple fights late, but we didn't really lose too much time not having Espeon for the last 2 fights. They were both, you know, pretty smooth. So by now we're kind of in decent shape. We know what bear we have. Eevee's evolved, so we can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. We're not getting the worst case scenario. And I don't think I got any kind of status trolling in this fight. In this fight, you kind of have to just aim both attacks at one Pokemon so that the incoming Shroomish goes down in 2 hits. And unfortunately, the move you use on Shroomish is a contact move, so you could activate the Effect Spore ability. But luckily, that didn't happen here. And Abra is a good example of the fact that basically everything in this game has custom movesets to a certain degree. Like, they're not just their standard level-up moves. Otherwise, Abra would just have Teleport, and it would not be an issue giving that a turn. But it actually has all 3 elemental punches, so it actually hits pretty hard. So that's why we don't want to give that a turn versus Horsey. Horsey just has Water Gun Leer. It's not really that much of a threat. So how many cents did I need for mild again, with no reverse mode? So yeah, it was 6 Vivid Cents and then 1 Joy Cent. It would be faster, obviously, just to get 7 Vivid Cents, so you don't have to buy a second item at all, but saving the money is kind of worth it in this game, especially with this route being so tight on money. Definitely ideal just to save money when you can. But yeah, 7 Vivids would be like the most you would want to have to buy. Some natures, I mean, it's fine to get 7 Vivids plus 1 other item. You can pick up the Ether, you can pick up the Burn Heals in the cave. So you can generally get enough money together with minimal extra effort if you just needed a little more than 7 cents. Oh yeah, and everybody gets paralyzed in this fight, by the way. Static Synchronize. That really doesn't matter too much. When you purify Teddy, it's going to heal its own status, and then we can just deposit Espeon really quick at Mount Battle to heal the status on that. Because we're going to be depositing Teddy anyway as part of the route. Try not to get too ahead of myself when I'm explaining things, though, because that's not for a couple more minutes. So yeah, if you have a nature that requires only 6 Vivid Cents to purify, you could actually go buy those before fighting Egan, and that would save a few seconds. It saves an area transition plus some dialogue.
And I may need them with these defenses.
Generally just feels kind of nice when you get to do that. It only saves maybe about, I don't know, less than 10 seconds. So yeah, since I had a little bit of extra money buying a Joy Cent instead of another Vivid Cent, I went ahead and bought a couple extra potions, which did end up helping out. You know, get them when you can, because this is actually the last convenient shop to buy small potions in for quite a while. Like, you don't get them in Pyrite Town, I'm pretty sure. Which is pretty unfortunate. I wish we could buy them in Pyrite. And yeah, make sure you have your controller rumble off before starting a run, otherwise it's going to take 4 seconds longer to use each scent item. It's like basically every time you use a scent and your rumble's on, it's going to shake your controller for like 4 seconds before you hear the cry of the Pokemon. And if you have the nature you thought you did, and you looked at the spreadsheet correctly, you should purify just fine.
Okay, nature was not wrong.
So yeah, Bear should always get the exact same amount of experience, unlike Colosseum, where you had to kind of pay attention to how much you got. Because Colosseum's mechanic was you don't gain any experience until your shadow bar is at least 2/5 down. But in this game, you're always gaining XP in the background. It's just about an 80% modifier. So it's a little less than you would otherwise get if you weren't a shadow Pokemon. And Bear is fully healed now. Espeon has that annoying paralysis, though, so we'll have to waste a couple seconds depositing it before we put the Bear in storage. And depositing Bear is a strat that was kind of inspired by a strat that Juan came up with in Colosseum, where you have Umbreon deposited for a little bit. So basically, with Bear not in your party, Espeon is able to get 100% of the XP in these upcoming 3 fights. And subsequently, Bear is not getting any XP from these 3 fights. But it turns out you get more of a benefit from Espeon having the extra XP than you lose from Bear not having the XP. And I'll kind of explain those differences as we go. I'm kind of proud that this strat has stuck around as long as it has. So yeah, Espeon has now rid itself of its status.
These NPCs.
There you go, Juan. I got you.
Let's see, it must be time for more face cam by now. I think it's been 20.
Yeah, I never really got on board with depositing Umbreon strats in Colosseum, although it can work for sure under the right circumstances.
There it is. Alright. There's 2.
You can get punished for Teddy deposit in this game a little bit, but it's typically just Mirabee's Lombre, honestly. So yeah, basically Espeon is able to do fights 1 and 3 just fine solo. Fight 2 is the only one we kind of lose a little bit of time on, just because Swablu doesn't like to die in one hit at all. Sometimes can get lucky crits, but generally you're just hoping for a flinch on the second fight. And yeah, having Bear with us here really wasn't accomplishing too much usually. Bear could one-hit the Wingull, but you'd have to hope for no Growl and have high attack to boot, so it just generally was losing time. And then fight 3, Bear was almost never able to kill either thing either, unless you had God attack. So you generally were just calling it or doing nothing. Like refresh, I guess. Yeah, refresh. But it was helping you save time on the Swablu fight here. Like saving one quick turn. So basically Espeon's just kind of surging ahead in levels. We will be reclaiming the Bear right after we finish this section, before we head to the lab. So yeah, no flinch, no crit, just kind of a standard fight. We don't really want to take too much damage on Espeon, because we don't really want to have to heal until the next machine, which is at the lab. If we really wanted to, though, we could just quickly deposit it and take it out again when we get the Bear back. It's not really that much time lost, so if we were like really low going into the Hexagon Brother fight, we could do that. In this fight, again, you just mash A, so you target the Doduo first. Doduo only has damaging moves, I'm pretty sure. Spoink has one that doesn't do damage, and its only damaging move also has a miss chance, so Spoink's just generally better to let have the turn. And we got the non-damaging move. That's Mount Battle. Only 3 fights compared to Colosseum's 10 that are required in story mode.
There's enough room for me to move, right?
Okay, grab our Bear. Feels pretty satisfying to do the PC menus quickly in this game. The PC operates much more smoothly than in Colo, for sure. Like, you can do inputs without having to wait for all of the various screens to pop up too, like the party screen and the options menus. Like, you can just press the buttons as quickly as you want, almost, and it'll work. we got the silly hexagons who can't count. You do have to defeat one of these guys in order to enter the door behind them there. Just one, though. Not all 6. Unless you were doing a 100% run, then it's optimal to get all 6 of their pokes now, rather than waiting until later. I'll try not to talk too much about 100%, though, during this run. So yeah, either this guy or the red guy would be the most optimal to fight, because they only have 2 Pokemon instead of 3 or more. This guy's generally better just because Espeon can do a lot more damage to the Shadow, and possibly flinch it so it doesn't even get to do anything. The red guy's got a Houndour, which is a bit more of a pain to deal with Espeon and low-level Teddiursa. Teddiursa is only level 12 starting this fight, so... Like, one of the drawbacks of depositing it at Mount Battle is that it's a little harder to get the 2-turn fight here. And you can also never outspeed the Hoot Hoot, even if you have best possible speed now. This is my first live commentary on any of my runs, so... Have not done my 100% run commentated yet. So yeah, you're basically just hoping not to see Growl at all in the first couple turns, because that'll basically ensure you don't get the 2-turn. Which unfortunately we did get Growled here, but, you know, just kind of something you accept with level 12 Bear. Yeah, if I commentated my 100% run, I'd probably be skipping around a lot. Then on this square of the bingo card, we throw the Master Ball. Then on this square of the bingo card, we mash the A button. We got a bingo! Yeah, it could be interesting to do like a skipping around version of the run, though, for that. I don't know. Hoot's not exactly one of them. So yeah, this is kind of the first place where shifting XP comes into play. Killing the Skitty here gets level 15 on Espeon, and then that greatly increases the damage output on Duskull to where it's now a guaranteed OHKO with Bite. So we kind of just allow Duskull to have the turn, since it's 75% to use Foresight. Like, basically it just has Nightshade and Foresight, so the only move it can use on Teddy, if it targets Teddy, is Foresight. So that's why the math works out, 75% Foresight right there. And then after this, we go ahead and use the heal machine that is right next to me, and move on. So basically the lab is just kind of really scary most times, ever since we got the new route in, with Teddy deposit strats. Like, it's not much worse, but it is a bit rangier towards the end. You kind of just have to hope you don't miss any ranges. So in this fight, Espeon is able to defeat both of these birds with Bite, but they are ranges on both of them. So it wouldn't be totally wrong to go ahead and click return here, but we're kind of just hoping that Espeon gets the ranges, and so we're playing for success. And so we're having Teddy just do the fastest thing possible, which is just lick for no damage, no animation. But then we'll click return on the second turn just in case Espeon doesn't get this range, which I believe we missed on Talo.
Damn. Flinch. Okay.
But we did get the nice flinch, so it wasn't that much time loss. Yeah, I believe Doduo is a 7 and 8 range. Talo's 81%. Slightly worse than 7 and 8. Probably go ahead and pull up my notes just so I... Yeah, I still have my battle CD notes in front of me. Let's open any percent.
Station, please don't body my bear or my time.
Yes, then we got the fossil guy here. I'm getting ahead of myself. No, this is not the fossil guy. Yeah, we retrace our steps so that we fight this guy now. And it's worth it to fight the bird guy first and then come to this guy so that Espeon gets confusion in time for Zubat.
Okay.
And that was a bit of a scary crit to take on a frail bear.
We're alright.
As long as you survive this turn, though, you're fine for this fight. Annoyingly, it is possible to OHKO the Corphish, and if that happens, it doesn't really help you because Zubat will now come in and you don't have confusion yet, so you just have to give Zubat a turn. And Zubat can go for Supersonic. So you sometimes lose time from hitting a range that you really don't benefit from hitting. So yeah, I just go ahead and use a potion here. We pick up some super potions in a few more fights.
Ideally we don't have to use any more until after the Voltorb, but it's okay if we have to use one.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the experience route works out with bear deposit strats. Like, you kind of just... Like, once we have our first stab move on Espeon, then things are a little bit nicer. We don't necessarily mind hitting ranges anymore. Because on old route, before we started depositing bear, we wouldn't have confusion for this guy at all, so this was a slower fight before. And we would get it... Actually, when did we get it? Did we get it for Spider? I think we would have it just in time for Spinnerack before. But anyway, since we already have confusion, we just go ahead and take out the Lileep. Extremely favorable to 2-hit KO with these moves. And that'll just skip the long acid animation.
You know, you can stop at the crits anytime.
So assuming Lileep dies, then we just go for the, I think it's an 81% confusion range on Anorith. So yeah, pretty clean fight there aside from the crit from scratch. And it's kind of nice that Bear just hits level 15 there so that we have a better speed range coming up on Swinub. Like, it's kind of nice that despite not giving it a lot of XP for Mount Battle, Bear still hits a lot of levels that are useful, like, just in time. Like, Bear's basically doing about the same amount of work in the lab that it used to do before deposit strats were a thing. So yeah, I think this Shuppet right here would have gotten Espeon to level 16 on the pre-deposit strats route. If you've got a really high attack Teddiursa, you can try to go for a Metal Claw range there, which is still less than 50%. But definitely worth going for if you have got attack, otherwise just return is fine.
Yeah, technically still okay, not potioning Espeon for the moment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure almost every 16 speed bear should just automatically be faster than that Swinub, so you shouldn't have to worry about a speed range either. So let me grab this Revive, and this is also where I would do any healing if I had to for Voltorb. It wouldn't be a bad play to top off Espeon's HP, but I still have not yet had a run where we got double Sonic Boom on the same Pokemon. This might be a good time to explain Trainer AI in this game. For a lot of the peons in this part of the game, and throughout the game, honestly, it's essentially random AI. They will not go for moves that are completely ineffective. And targeting AI is always random, even for boss trainers. So it's always 50% to target Espeon or 50% to target Teddy. Even if one is in kill range and the other is not, that doesn't matter. It's still random. So you can't really manip certain things like you can in Colosseum by having a weak member like Plusle out front. So essentially, in order for Espeon to die to Voltorb, it would have to either be... I think it would have to be 2 Sonic Booms, because we level up and we would be out of tackle range. So it'd have to be double Sonic Boom, both on Espeon, which is pretty unlikely, because Voltorb has 4 moves, I believe, in this fight. Yeah, 4 moves.
Okay, Nummel still could be a range to kill after Screech there.
And then, yeah, Ralts is guaranteed to return. Bagon's guaranteed to Confusion.
Not guaranteed to use Blitz. And also,
so that's why we have to give Voltorb a second turn here.
Teddy's stats are good.
Just the order of Pokemon. Hey, Valorfax. Yes, this is the world record explanation. Screech Miss there was really fast, so that was a bit of very lucky RNG there. And then we just kind of mash A on Numel and hope it dies, because it could generate with high defenses and survive. It could also generate faster than Teddiursa, which is annoying sometimes.
Blitz Espeon.
But yeah, all was well this time. But that is another opportunity for Espeon to have died if Voltorb did more damage to it. And I think we did get hit by the first Screech, so I'm pretty sure Shadow Blitz was able to kill me from there. If it went for that. So that elevator to my right there leads to the room where we checked the samples in Colosseum, and now it just has a heal machine in XD. So that is a way to save potion items, you know, if you were kind of worried about that. It's pretty slow having to go up and down there, though. But if you do go up there, make sure you open the item chest that's near the heal machine. It's worth it. I'm not even gonna spoil what it is, but just do it. Yeah, see, my chat agrees. So this way you do the fight right here is a little risky if Barboach were to go for Mud Slap, but again, it's 1 in 4 to use that move. And then you'll likely still hit your move even if it uses it, so... The alternative way is just to kill the Barboach first and let Snorunt have a bite chance. Which it doesn't really do that much damage with bite, but still it is a bit slower than just seeing
do 30 to 36,
Mud Sport, Water Sport.
But if it's high attack, it could easily do 40.
So yeah, now we pick up our Super Potions in this cool looking room here. So yeah, generally I try to use small potions outside of battle and just save the supers for if I need to do big healing during battle.
Hits can also suck too. It's like 16 expected on Teddy.
Yeah, this bear, so this fight is one of the highest damage fights in the lab, so it's definitely scary if you have a frail bear.
Scary fights begin.
Because this Carvana does a lot of damage even to average bears, and I think with this bear it was just about able to OHKO it if it had high attack. So yeah, a little dicey. And then Magnemite also does a decent chunk if it chooses Thundershock. So Magnemite has Tackle and Thundershock, so you generally are hoping for Tackle. Or at least no crits from Thundershock or anything like that. And ideally you would just flinch the Carvana, but it got a hit off. That's kind of okay. Another thing that kind of matters for your time, a lot of Shadow Pokemon will have like a quick animation damaging move and then a really slow animation non-damaging move. So it's like if you get the non-damaging move, that's great as far as your item count and stuff, but it's kind of slow as far as your run time. So taking a few hits here and there from the faster move is kind of fine. And I knew that Espeon was likely safe this turn because I think I needed something to crit me and double target me in order to die, so I didn't really see the need to heal there. And going for that Bite flinch on Magnemite is worth it, even though it can survive Bite plus Confusion. It's about a 91% range overall to die to Bite Confusion, but would be guaranteed with double Confusion, obviously. And then Remoraide's just an easy one-hit KO with Confusion. It can also die to Bite, but it's still a range. And the reason you would go for Bite at all is for saving the animation frames, just because Bite's a faster move than Confusion. Oh, and I also did a move swap there. I started adding these into my recent runs as well. Whenever I'm going to have to use Confusion as my first move for more than one fight, I'll typically do a move swap, since it's pretty fast to do that in this game. Couldn't really ever do that during battle in Colosseum, so you were kind of just forced to do the slow move swap if you wanted to, or just deal with it throughout the run. In this game, it's just a couple of X presses, though, or Y presses. I think... Let me look at my controller. Yeah, I usually used X just because it's more convenient to hit right next to the A button. I guess Y would be fine too, though. It's just kind of a comfort thing. Whatever you're comfortable with. So yeah, just get to mash A and hope to get the 75% range on Snubbull. It really does kind of suck not getting that range, because not only does it add a whole turn to the fight, but there's more chances for really dumb status-related things to happen. Just generally not a good time. But that is a range that you're not able to go for pre-deposit strats. because you need to have level 18 Espeon to make it that good of a range. And then at level 17, you like never kill it, I think.
Don't usually see that much damage from scratch.
It's one of the few good uses of Tail Whip in the route right here. Just kind of helping ensure that Shroomish dies on the next turn to both hits.
Okay, this is good as long as
Whereas it was really unlikely to without the defense drop. So that's kind of a good example of a slow, non-damaging shadow move. It's like, yeah, we didn't take damage, but kind of just we're sitting here for several seconds. So yeah, it was pretty clean as far as Klotz fights go. Okay. We only have to use one healing item on one Pokemon, so that's not too bad. Have to do it out of battle, unfortunately, but, you know.
Now the next scary fights.
It's kind of just the nature of that fight. You have to do 3 full turns, usually. Not a good chance to use an item. But yeah, generally if you're able to get away with using a healing item during a fight and only have one Pokemon to heal, you'll do it during the fight. If you have to use more than one healing item, though, it's generally just better to do it after the fight. And then, yeah, you can go back up to access that last healing machine if you had to save items or something, but that's pretty slow. So then we get back to the guy we took Teddiursa from. And he has a fairly strong team here.
So expect 18 from Peck.
This was definitely one of my luckiest fights in the run, though. I think you'll see why after just this first turn. I will simply mention that Rhyhorn is a 25% confusion range. And the slack off coming in typically only takes about 45% from return. Got the Rhyhorn range.
That pretty much just means slack off's not a range anymore, though. Still nice.
And yeah, typically do less than half to return to slack off with return, unless you get a really high roll.
Okay, no crit.
Keep that in mind. Crit and killed.
Okay, wow, I didn't expect that crit.
So nice crit high roll there. 2 Pokemon down in 1 turn. Don't really see that too often in this fight.
We'll do that.
And Murkrow was nice, splitting the damage. It is using its strongest move on Teddiursa. It's one nice thing about having worse defense than special defense. Seeing the faster Peck animation.
Wow.
And we got a nice flinch on Beldum as well, so... Nice clean 3-turn fight there, and a useless crit just for good measure, because Espeon was on a rampage, I guess.
Okay, just don't crit. Don't ruin this good luck. Come on.
Yeah, please don't crit. I remember there was a time when I had a lot of good fights here at the start, but then Murkrow just destroyed me on the last turn.
And then I'll still have 1 left, I think.
So yeah, I was very quickly getting invested in this run at this point.
Yeah, it's a pretty clean fight there.
Like, that fight that we just finished is arguably worse than the boss fight coming up. Just because of the damage output of all of his pokes. I was happy about having that one small potion still, just for the next section. It's nice having a small healing item, because there's a section where we want to have damage on us, but we don't necessarily want to heal to full if we have to heal. So it's generally kind of nice keeping a small potion for that upcoming section.
Press B.
Yeah, remember to press B there. Yes, waste time.
Okay, swap bite.
So because of the Teddy deposit strats, Espeon hits level 20 before the Delcatty comes in, and also before the Roselia even comes in. So we don't have a range on Roselia at all to worry about. So because of that, we're just going to go ahead and defeat both of these Pokemon, ideally on the same turn. We could get a crit on one of them, in which case Roselia would come out sooner and we would still have to hit a range because we're still level 19. So there's an example of a crit being potentially bad, but we didn't get that happening in this run, luckily. We got a lot of crits on Nap, but we didn't
Only Espeon for now.
get one on these two.
Had just enough returns. Nice.
So yeah, generally you don't want to have to heal in the middle of the fight, and I was kind of tempted to with Espeon, but I knew looking at my damage sheet that it was going to be just a little bit unfavorable to die if it got targeted by Shadow Rush. So I was definitely willing to risk it. So yeah, we teach Fake Tears here as well, just in time to use it on Delcatty.
Shadow Rush from here, and it's actually fine if Espeon dies on the last turn after missing the range. It's kind of annoying if it happens this turn, but...
So yeah, past me is kind of talking here, like, it would be fine for Espeon to die on the very last turn of the fight, because that'll shift some XP over to Teddiursa. And that would actually give me some nicer level ups in the upcoming few splits.
22 to 26.
We can hit some ranges more favorably. And it doesn't really radically alter the XP route at all, because we would fix it again when we got to Robo-Groudon. But luckily Espeon survived this turn.
It's fine if Espeon dies this turn now.
And then we went for the 2 out of 3 range.
Metal Claw, yeah.
Had to switch to Metal Claw because I forgot I was out of returns.
Get the range.
And we crit the Delcatty, so...
Okay. Wow, what a lab. That was something.
What a lab indeed.
103. Wow. Okay.
A lot of good crits in
And
that
a little
split, for sure. Very hard to get a sub 104 Lavrina.
And without that crit, that was about a 2 out of 3 range, by the way.
So yeah, a lot of good luck in this early game. And we had a bit more coming up as well in these next couple
These
splits.
defenses, for sure. That's exactly the kind of lab you want to see. Potion count's still okay. I got one.
So yeah, this
small to
next,
buffer my HP during
9 minutes or so. It's not really too much to talk about
before shopping.
But yeah, if you guys have any questions up to this point, feel free.
Oh yeah, because
Just kind of mashing dialogue, watching cutscenes.
Yeah, I used to have it below the splits. I might put it back there. We'll be able to see it when it scrolls, though, eventually.
I'll just let past me talk for a minute while I drink water.
My current split will be below the webcam eventually, if we make it far enough. Or if people stop giving points.
So if we ever did switch to using some other secondary poke, that's where we would purify it. because we'd have to use it as a shadow throughout the entire lab. And then ideally get its shadow bar all the way down, and then purify it right there. That's kind of the main hindrance over switching to anything besides Bear. But a TAS route could possibly get away with using like Houndour or something. Which would be interesting to watch. So a lot of the difficulty in XD is concentrated around the beginning and end. The middle is generally a bit more chill. So we've passed a lot of the most dangerous stuff at the beginning. And now we're kind of just settling into a more chill part. We can still lose a lot of time in these sections of the run. But generally you're not worried about having a bad death or anything.
Amazing that return crit actually O-codes.
Aside from the ones you want to have, because they're fast.
Maybe a coin flip range or something. Oh yeah, with 29 it was probably a coin flip. Oh yeah, speaking of 29 attack.
So getting the Master Ball in this game is very slow. And you would be losing probably at least a minute and a half, I would say, overall. I did do it during a marathon run a few years ago. But generally you wouldn't really want to waste time doing that. And Lugia doesn't really kill anything very fast because you're only using shadow moves versus other shadow Pokemon. It's a good way to not have to die to Greevil, though. Because it can tank hits forever. No, you cannot run from the Shadow Lugia.
I don't really have any more spare money at this point because I used it on the potions.
So right there when I entered the office, the cutscene trigger for this particular cutscene is basically like a straight line that goes all the way down, so you can just turn as soon as you enter the room. You don't have to go in front of his desk or anything. Later on, when you talk to him, you do have to go in front of his desk, but right there you don't. It's a good way to imagine cutscene triggers in this game is just basically straight line segments in narrow areas like that. So sometimes you can take a shorter path than what you might think initially. Colosseum is definitely more involved than XD as a speedrun. The main reason for that is actually that the trainers in this game will always send out the same leads and have the same order of Pokemon replacements. And in Colosseum, neither of those were true past a certain point in the game. So there's a lot more routing and a lot more notes to look at. But in XD, there's generally just going to be one or two strats for each fight. So yeah, we grabbed the Soothe Bell there. That's been in the route for a while. We kind of understand Soothe Bell mechanics a bit better now.
Yeah, it might have been time for more.
We've mapped out our return base power a bit more exactly than before. We were always kind of overestimating it, and it's actually not that much of a benefit you get from Soothe Bell.
Yeah, pretty close.
It's definitely still worth picking up, though. Like, certain sections of the route kind of assume you have a minimum base power on return, which you won't quite have without the Soothe Bell. The Soothe Bell would be a lot more helpful if it applied to step cycle boosts, but anything that only gives a +1 happiness will not increase from the Soothe Bell, unfortunately.
I still don't get why that camera guy is...
Still useful for level ups and vitamins, though, so...
In that top hallway.
But yeah, things like step cycles, X items, all those +1s, they're just going to stay +1s. and eventually go to 0 in the case of X items.
His initial position is just random on that whole floor or something.
It's the one nice thing about all these long running sections, at least you're getting more return base power on Teddy. Or at least likely getting more return base power, because it's still just 50% per step cycle. But we do complete at least a few step cycles in this section. So yeah, this is the cutscene that kind of introduces you to the wild Pokemon at these Pokespots. We get given a set of 10 Pokesnacks, and you're forced to put one down as part of the cutscene. And then we'll end up just taking it back at the end of the cutscene so we can sell it along with the others. You can choose to leave it behind, and then at some random point during your run you'll get a notification about a Pokemon appearing here, which you'll almost certainly not be ready for, so you'll end up standing still for like half a second while you mash the A button. Yeah, 100% doesn't do this wild Pokemon stuff until much later on. And that's only for Bonsly. You do get to hear some good tunes every time you get a non-Bonsly encounter, though. So that's 2 out of 3 Pokespots, and now we visit the last one.
Okay, time for XD's version of Salsa.
XD's version of Salsa. Let the music play. I was actually a little mad at this fight when I was doing this run, because the last couple attempts with this route, I missed the Lombre range,
Unless we got good step RNG to make it 15 and 16.
which costs like 30 seconds at least, because it'll use Rain Dance and make the fight a lot slower. So this is like the only other good place in the run to use Tail Whip. And then with -1 defense, Return is a favorable range on Lombre, but I had missed it the last few runs up to this point. And I had just recently figured out that the return base power was a little less than what I thought it was here, so that was partly why I had been missing it more.
I think I put Bite back in slot.
So the range was actually worse than I thought. Oh, nice jam emotes, I like that. Shiny Bear. So yeah, without depositing Teddiursa, you would actually be level 20 starting this fight, and then the Lombre would not be a range. So that's like another, you know, kind of disadvantage of the deposit strats. But you are more likely to get the range than not, usually. As long as you're not running like a 23 attack bear or worse. So yeah, this is the only range we worry about, because we level up to 20 off of this Lombre, so the next Lombre will actually be guaranteed.
Finally get that Tail Whip return range.
So yeah, I was really happy to actually get the range finally in a run, because I had missed it the last couple runs. Damn, 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 damn. And to top it off, Voltorb went well too. Because...
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think this is real.
This game was just, it was just trying to make me even more invested than I already was in the run. Like, even though the lab was already spectacular. You know, here's more time save, sure.
Yeah.
So we're almost at the end of the luckiest part of the run, for sure. This was definitely, like, pretty much the best RNG of the run. It's just all in early game here. There's a lot of run left, though. Yeah, the more fights you have in a game, the more chances for RNG to rear its ugly head. So yeah, this is where I buy X items for the entirety of the run. After selling the forced snacks. So money's actually pretty tight in this route, so you kind of have to pay attention. Like, you don't always want the max amount of each item that's listed in the notes. The amount of X speeds you buy is also dependent on whether you're going to outspeed Ardos' Alakazam with Bear at just +1, which I was definitely able to do with this Eevee. And yeah, if you needed to heal but didn't want to waste a healing item, you could also just use the hotel right next to the shop.
After this fight, this bear did take a few.
Much faster than running all the way to the stadium lobby to use the free heal machine.
I'm just bite doing in case I flinch.
So yeah, this first fight is generally just hoping Bear doesn't get flinched by Bite. Okay, but Carvana luckily just went Focus Energy. It only has those 2 moves, so... And Bear came into this series of fights with some damage. I think I chose to heal that. Like, I still had a small potion. Did I use that here? I think I might have. Yeah, I did. See, ideally I would have wanted to save that until after the heal machine in this place. Just as kind of a safety. Like, if I needed to heal but didn't want to heal to full, it's nice to have a small potion for that last couple fights. Because at the end of the split, we actually want to lose a fight on purpose. Just because it's so much faster than completing the fight, and you are allowed to progress after it. So having as much damage as possible going into that last fight is optimal. But luckily this run didn't end up mattering too much. Some more good RNG here with that flinch. Surskit's got a bunch of slow moves and also has quick attack.
Oh, so good.
And the bind miss. It's like the fastest turn you can have, almost. Besides critting something. So the good RNG continues through this split for sure. And it should be noted that Kecleon is only a range to 2-hit KO with return. And again, with no Bear Deposit, we would have an extra level here that makes it more likely, but I don't really miss that 2-hit KO on too many runs. It's pretty favorable, especially with 29 IV. I mean, it's not as bad as the Lombre range after Tail Whip, for sure. And unlike Colosseum's Makuhita, that one can never survive. In this fight, we just got a couple of XP bags here in the form of Beautifly and Dustox, which are pretty nice. Will this world record? I don't know. I think it's a pretty good chance. We're on pretty good pace so far. One of the only ones to appear in both games, yeah. If you don't count the e-reader cards from Colosseum, which were never made wildly available, I think. This Dustox is a 68% range. Okay. Usually don't have much trouble with that range. But that crit definitely... Oh, 63%. Yeah, surprisingly I do hit that range pretty often though, so it doesn't feel like it's 63%. It's pretty safe. And it's not terrible to miss it either, it's just slow. So yeah, generally just hoping not to take too much damage here, but there is a healing machine right after. Another flinch, because Espeon was just absolutely on fire.
Alright, I'll heal at the machine
throughout this early game.
Just to save the super.
So yeah, ideally you wouldn't want to have to use this heal machine, but the very next fight is expected to also be a high damage fight, so I kind of just went with the safe option here to save having to use an item.
Face cam has about 7 more minutes.
So yeah, expected to take a lot of damage from this fight, and then we want to keep it if possible. We basically just need enough HP to survive a single potential Thundershock from the Flaffy in the next fight. And if you had bad bear stats, you'd probably also want to not be in range to die to Ralts, just in case it outsped you or survived return. And Ralts does, I think, about as much damage as Flaffy's Thundershock to Teddiursa. Might as well check that. Okay, not quite as much as Thundershock. So yeah, like Teddy's still at a pretty comfortable amount of HP here.
Okay, I could keep that damage, but if it gets any lower...
I think I ended up getting hit again though, and I only have super potions left, so I basically had to heal it to full, which kind of sucked. Because that would not have been enough HP to survive Flaffy, and I think there was still one more turn of possible damage here anyway, so...
This next turn, because Teddy doesn't have to do anything.
It's definitely a pretty good play just to heal.
And I guess that means we can let Miss Trevis have the turn.
So yeah, right here, Bear doesn't really have anything to do damage-wise, so it doesn't really waste any time directly to heal here. Like, the fight is still going to be 4 turns. And I went ahead and just killed the Duskull because essentially Misdreavus does more damage to you, but it has a faster move, because this only hits one Pokemon. Whereas Duskull has Shadow Wave, which hits both Pokemon.
This might have a little bit of a slow Exalt death.
And it was definitely worth it to heal there, because Bear was the one targeted by Psywave, so... Like, again, you're not guaranteed to get attacked on that slot in this game, because it's still just 50-50 targeting AI. So if you were really wanting to be risky, you could skip healing there. And just hope that Flaffy either used Tackle or just targeted Espeon. But if something dies on turn 1 of this fight, it's kind of annoying. Like, I still had the revive and everything, but you typically don't want to have to use it in too many places here. Honestly, I could even see myself skipping the revive chest in future runs, if I do any. Like, there's not really enough good places to use it
Right now, Confusion could kill
to come
Teddy.
back from bad crits and stuff
Not a
that
great
are
range,
really
so
worth it.
Flaffy wants to hit.
Like, you're already losing a
Even
lot of time
Marcus is
anyway.
okay.
So yeah, assuming Ralts doesn't have high stats, this is the only damage you expect to take in this fight, because Vigoroth is actually always going to use focus energy turn 1. So this is part of where we're starting to see not totally random AI. At least in the case of some non-damaging moves.
That's right, there was one more level up, so yeah, it's
So I really wish we had a debugger for XD like we do for
not
Colo,
range to Confusion.
because I would really like to see what the game's actually doing when it decides to always use focus energy turn 1. Because AI is still random between damaging moves on his other pokes. Like, Flaffy can use Tackle or Thundershock completely at random. But we'll never use, I think it had Thunder Wave or something, didn't it? Yeah, it has Growl and Thunder Wave as well as the 2 damaging moves. So the AI definitely starts to get interesting here. I really wish we could see those text boxes like we have for the Colo debugger. Just to really get a glimpse of what's going on there. But yeah, Ralts died, no problem. And then to the fight we want to lose to go fast. This is like the original fight that was being skipped in this way, just by losing fast. So you don't have to see him send in the Shadow Pokemon, you don't have to see the cutscene for the Shadow Pokemon. You would get a healthy amount of XP from his team, but it's really not super necessary. 100% does complete this fight, though, because you want to catch the Mawile. Yeah, there are other fights we skip now, but in the days of old, this was the only one we were skipping in this way. And I actually got kind of lucky here. I didn't actually see this ahead of time, like this one-turn chance here. So yeah, even if you have high HP, sometimes you can get away with a one-turn death.
Still got the one turn.
Kind of just depends on what Giraffe Rig targets.
Yeah, I guess it was just Giraffe Rig's target that mattered. Okay.
So kind of lucked out there, despite me having to heal to full earlier.
Good stuff.
So yeah, nice gold split there by a couple seconds. Thanks to all the luck Espeon had. So sadly, this is where the good RNG train kind of came to an end for a while. We kind of just had a lot of averageness for a while at this point.
One more section filled with danger for Bear.
So we'll always grab that on the way down unless we felt for whatever reason we didn't need to use one of the vitamins on Teddy. And then we would just sell that one instead.
Oh yeah, perfect FaceTime there. Standard shop coming up.
And yeah, that's why it's important to leave that shop in Pyrite with a certain amount of money left. Like, you don't want to spend all your money there on the X items.
Especially when we're this far ahead.
Because we're about to buy a few TMs.
Well, at the very least, I think a sub-2 Snaddle could happen. I think it's...
Should we be selling the snacks at the real gam counter?
As
Actually,
long as we don't straight up lose the run completely, which there's not too many chances for that to happen. A lot of ways to lose time.
because the snacks were 1,500, right? Yeah, we might want to just do a double sell in that real gam now that I think about it. Anyway, that's just a small thing, but... So yeah, we come here, grab these couple item chests on the way to the counter. We end up giving both of these vitamins to Bear. Very good for both its stats and its return base power. Going into this next section. And both of these vitamins do get boosted even more by the Soothe Bell that it has.
Okay, it's not going to be just one down this time.
So yeah, we come to this counter, and we probably will be selling snacks here eventually, along with this HP up. We buy Hidden Power and Hyper Beam. Sadly, we cannot give Hyper Beam to Teddy until it evolves. That'd be pretty busted if we could, though. So yeah, we say goodbye to Tail Whip, give these vitamins to Bear, and be on our way. So Teddy's base power right now, at this point in the run, should be about... 78. With average step RNG. So it's getting up there. It's getting close to Body Slam level. As far as power. So yeah, we come here to cut this item.
And don't forget the hyper.
And those beds up there can be used to heal, and I actually do use those in this run. Just kind of a nice fail-safe for running out of items. Running out of healing items. And that's the same chest that the super potions are in Colosseum. Now with hypers, I would actually almost prefer the 3 super potions that Colosseum has.
RNG minute music.
So we really don't need hypers right now. So yeah, I will mention that both of the fights at this place, the one on this upper floor and then the one when we go back downstairs, those both can be skipped, but just like we did with Exalt. We don't really want to skip too many more fights up until after Robo Groudon, though. Otherwise we would miss the evolution on Teddy. And we'd be stuck as a Teddiursa for longer, which ends up losing more time. Also, these fights are kind of slow to lose, especially this one, because you start out at full HP. Because losing the Exalt fight does heal your team automatically, so you're always full HP coming into this fight. It might be almost worth it to skip the second fight if you had a good amount of damage on yourself going into the second fight. You would definitely have to shift XP in some weird way later on, though, to still evolve at a reasonable time.
These waves might do like 12 at a time. Wicked Bear.
But yeah, basically the way this fight works ideally is it's just 3 turns.
10, okay.
And we're using Confusion on these first 2 turns, even though Hidden Power would be stronger, just because we need to save PP. And I was actually thinking about it after this run, since we're taking the beds so often now with the limited healing items we have.
Okay,
We could just go all Hidden Power spam in this section.
not that.
And Hidden Power is a faster animation move than Confusion. Because if we did not take the bed heal, we'd have to use at least, I think, 4 Confusions. Which is about 4 seconds of time loss compared to just Hidden Power.
54%.
So, between that and not menuing to use items, I think it'll come out close to even. So that's another small optimization I might consider, is just going all Hidden Powers and just take the beds every time. Could even factor that into the money route, so maybe we can buy different items or something.
I do have to double attack, though, in case Espeon misses.
So yeah, we missed the Snorunt range there. That's only about a 54% range, though, across all possible Snorunt stats.
Actually thought it was missing for a second. Okay, Murkrow.
So it's kind of a good precursor for how the RNG started to become. Was Espeon was getting a lot of amazing crits and flinches earlier, but now it's just kind of missing range after range after range, starting with that Snorunt.
Yeah, I think
It's like this section as a whole is so much faster with Hidden Power Psychic versus other Hidden Power routes of the past. Extremely so if you hit all the ranges, which we did not hit that many ranges in this split. I guess we hit a couple still, so it was kind of like just below average for a Hidden Power Psychic split.
with defenses like this, it's almost expected.
But yeah, it would have been so nice to see a good Snaddle split this run. After all the other good splits I already had, though, I guess it was kind of fitting to start having the luck come to an end. Hey Dale, I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, Pineco is guaranteed with Hidden Power Psychic. Teddy could OHKO the Murkrow with good attack. I think this was only about a 30% range, though.
Dang.
So we generally don't expect to get that Murkrow. Unless we have, like, perfect attack, and then it's like a 60% range.
Double pursuit.
Yeah, Double Pursuit was kind of unfortunate as well, because, again, this is random AI, and it has better moves than that to use, like faster moves. And all that damage is kind of unfortunate.
So it's 1 in 4 each turn to use pursuit. It's the highest damage it can do. To the team.
So yeah, aside from Pursuit, it also had Peck, which is fine, Astonish, which is fine, and Haze, which does no damage. So any of those would have been better than Pursuit. And it used Pursuit both times, which is pretty unlucky. So yeah, let me see the Justy squad again. This time we're not required to fight any of them, so we kind of just ignore them. And they did finally learn how to count. So welcome to one of the few free fights in this game. Thanks to Hidden Power Psychic being able to OHKO this Linoon. I guess free still comes with an asterisk after it, though, because Natu is technically still a range with bite, but it's ridiculously favorable across all stat lines. And if you miss it, it's not even that big a deal. It's not a powerful threat or anything. I will run this category when we have Bear Manip. Probably not until then, though. Even though I guess I'm still finding small route improvements. My luck in the early game was insane. So it'll be kind of annoying running against those splits. Starting here, though, the run did get kind of soured a little bit by missing ranges a bunch. But overall, yeah, I think I'm satisfied with this time until we get Bear Manip. I'd like to have those consistently Godspeed Teddiursas. Yeah, and honestly, this split didn't turn out too bad, even though we didn't hit as many ranges as I wanted to. It definitely was a little bit of a taking the wind out of my sails kind of time, though. I think this run was honestly where I started to realize that taking the beds to heal was probably just optimal after all. So I should have been using Hidden Power the whole time instead of using Confusions to save PP at the start of the split. Another thing that makes Hidden Power Psychic really good is guaranteeing this Roselia. It's a really annoying range with Confusion. And Roselia can do quite a bit of damage to Teddiursa with Shadow Wave, especially to frail Teddiursas. So definitely good to have that guarantee. And in this fight, the AI generally starts out the same. You get faked out onto a random one of your pokes, and then the other one uses Double Team. So that's kind of the reason this turn 1 is the way it is right now. There is a slightly more YOLO way to do this fight, where you try to attack with Espeon turn 1, and hope that it's not the fake-out target. If it is, you just have to hit an extra move that has a chance to miss. But I opt for safety here.
Good thing I healed.
So because we call Espeon, which gives an accuracy boost in this game, Espeon's guaranteed to hit this Kadabra. But Bear could miss the Sneasel because it's going to go for Double Team this turn.
Yeah, I've made the mistake of clicking Hidden Power there before. Caught myself just in time.
And it's actually okay if it misses the Sneasel on this turn. It doesn't really alter the fight too much. The thing that is annoying, though, is that Misdreavus is also a range with Bite. It's about the same range as the Dusthawks from ONBS. It's like 60%.
It's actually kind of okay to miss once, because then it avoids giving me Alpha turn at least.
So yeah, Meowth's going to get a Shadow Rush turn. If I had missed the Sneasel, though, and then I hit it the next turn, then it would be fine. So missing the Sneasel exactly one time wouldn't matter too much. But we didn't miss anyway, so...
So that could have done 34 with average attack, but that looks like a weak Meowth, so... Okay, I'm going to use the beds.
Yeah. Yeah, Frail Bear was expected to take more from Meowth than it did, so that was a very weak Meowth for sure.
Still should be comfortably ahead.
So yeah, it was at this point that I just kind of decided to take the beds to heal, rather than wasting some more potion items.
Definitely not done yet.
And I timed it after the run, and it's really not that much slower than using items to heal in a menu. And then on top of the fact that you would use more hidden powers rather than confusions,
that'd be amazing.
I think it comes very close to evening out. So using beds might just become like the staple strat for hidden power psychic.
Plus fake out chance from Nuzleaf.
So then there's Grek. So hidden power psychic is 50% to kill Torkoal. And then most bears of this caliber have slightly higher than 50% chance to kill Nuzleaf with return. So they're both kind of coin flippy leads. So I believe we do not kill the Torkoal, but we do kill the Nuzleaf in this run, which is acceptable. It's not fast, but it's acceptable.
50-ish%. Crit, we'll take it.
And yeah, that crit may have mattered.
Okay, just don't do anything dumb, please, Torkoal.
But yeah, it would have been really unlucky to not kill both of them. So
I guess Smoke Screen or Body Slam, no para. Ember, no burn.
okay, so yeah, we did get the smoke screen, but I don't think I ended up missing, so that was totally fine. So then we hidden power to Oko the Swinub, and we did not miss, so all is well.
Who did he use it on? Okay, we're fine. Yo, what's up, Exarian? Yeah, glass cannon's going in so far. I'm just along for the ride.
I miss the days where Exarian was running these games actively.
Here to maybe witness the monumental sub-2 hour Snaddle. As long as you don't get bodied by crits.
Yeah, a lot more would have had to go wrong in this split to not get a sub-2 Snaddle.
Okay, we are faster than Electrike.
So yeah, this fight kind of has two possible ways you could do it.
Since Espeon's missing...
So interestingly, Pelipper is a 50% hidden power range on this turn, but on the next turn we'd be level 27, so it would go up to a 75% range. I typically do like to just go for this 50% though, if Bear is faster. It's not always the right call, but if you do it the other way, you have to hit a Spearow range with return.
Yeah, they have the same speed.
And if you miss that, that's also kind of annoying, but it was kind of okay in this case, honestly. I was fine with this fight. The worst kind of fights are when Pelipper hits Supersonic, which thankfully did not happen here.
And PP's not an issue anymore, right? Gotta remember that, so I don't have to confusion.
Yeah, I finally get clued into the fact that, oh yeah, I healed at the beds, so I have all the hidden powers in the world now. Typically I'd have to save one on, like, Grimer or something. Gulpin. And then something during the Snaddle fight, like Quagsire.
It's a fairly bad split so far, because Espeon really hasn't hit a single range yet.
But yeah, we can just spam hidden power for days on everything now. I've been so close multiple times to thinking I've found a faster fight for this guy.
16 range.
Without Stantler's Intimidate, you would actually be able to just Oko it with hidden power and then 2-hit the Chimecho with return. Can't do that with the Intimidate, though. Like, I remember getting juked by that multiple times when going through the route in my notes. It's like, wait, why am I not doing this? Oh yeah, because Intimidate.
Probably wouldn't have been the worst to miss that one this time, because Bear outspeeds Chimecho.
So yeah, we actually got that Chimecho range. That's only a little bit better than a coin flip with Bite. It wouldn't have been that bad to not get the range in this case, because Bear would have outsped it next turn. So it wouldn't be as bad of time loss as it could be. So yeah, this next turn Bear has really nothing to do. I guess I could have just gone ahead and healed Espeon this turn. So I must have just decided to just double heal after this fight. Which is not a bad play either. I mean, at least this way you don't have any damage on you going into Agrog.
Okay, double heal.
Espeon could afford a little bit of damage, though. Bear, this Bear, for sure, cannot.
Could have split those up, but there's not really any need to.
So yeah, I probably could have been fine skipping the beds, but you never really know that in advance, so... There's actually a chest with a PP up inside it. It's like way off to the right in this stadium. A lot of my runs used to pick that up, just for a little bit more return PP, but mostly for Bear's happiness. Because any vitamin, including PP ups, will increase happiness.
3 Okos.
Generally, though, if I'm running good attack Bears like this, I don't need to pick up those vitamins. But if you have worse attack, it's probably a decent idea to grab that one.
Hey, Hasselhoff.
There are more convenient vitamins to get later, though, that aren't as far out of the way.
A little suspiciously good.
And one that is farther, but gives you 2 of them in one chest, so...
Yeah, I will not have to Confusion Gulpin. We have plenty of PP.
But yeah, the nice thing here about Hidden Power Psychic is Okoing the Graveler, for sure. Which Hidden Power Electric and Fire obviously could not do, because you had to use Confusion. So that first turn is just literally free, as long as your Bear isn't terrible and slow. And then here I give Seal the turn usually, even though it has slower moves. You could go for Gulpin having the turn. And Gulpin would have faster moves, but it could also cause poison, which is bad. And I think Seal would also not be guaranteed without the Fake Tears. If you're going Hidden Power in return, it's got a chance to survive.
Okay.
Yeah, Shadow Mist was completely fine. If I got Shadow Waved, I would probably have topped off Bear's health, honestly, just because it's this frail.
Slam range is 34 on Bear.
So yeah, going into Snaddle, you're always kind of worried about crits from Lantern and Quagsire.
33.
I think we do get 1 crit on Espeon or something. But generally we're kind of just hoping he leaves Bear alone long enough for me to get all the X items up that I want. I had just recently stuck an X attack into this fight, because I realized that was better than X speeding. Because not only were you able to 2-hit Quagsire, you could also guarantee the Metang dies after Bite. It's like you could still do the fight just fine without the X attack, but it's generally optimal for you to get all the X items up that you can. So yeah, easy decision here to just go ahead and get the heal out of the way on this next turn.
Somebody target Espy this turn.
Yeah, so now we're hoping that somebody leaves Bear alone. And thankfully they do.
Thank you.
So yeah, +2 Espeon is enough to just take out the Lantern with Hidden Power Psychic. In other routes, we'd have to also fake Tears in order to Confusion for the KO. And then, yeah, I don't bother healing here because we're killing something this turn. So that crit was annoying, but we were kind of able to deal with it just fine. The AI cooperated from here. So yeah, unfortunately this game doesn't have Colosseum's menu exploit where you get to just boost your partner and attack in the same turn.
Hidden power is psychic.
That would make this game a little more interesting, but it would be a lot harder on the money route for sure. So yeah, this crit on Quagsire here was interesting. I was kind of like stuck on what to do for a few seconds.
Okay, I guess Metang just gets the turn.
I think I did end up making the right decision overall, though, like giving Metang the turn. Sure. It just has a faster move than Castform does, and it could have missed as well, since it's Metal Claw. And I knew I wasn't quite in range to die to it, unless it crit me, so... So there's that X attack coming in handy, so now Bite will for sure take that out.
Okay.
Got the attack boost, which wasted a couple seconds.
Attack boost.
And that locks in the sub-2 Snaddle.
That be a sub-2 Snaddle.
Luckily not very much time lost there compared to PB, but we could have had a new gold, you know, if I hit every range and stuff, but...
If the split had gone better, it could have been a 157, but, you know...
Yeah, so that was an okay split. It definitely wasn't lucky, but, you know, it could have been a lot worse.
This much. Barely got any ranges with SB.
It's like the run was still in very, very good shape, but I was definitely worried immediately about the upcoming Gyarados. Because I knew Teddy was for sure a two-shot to Thrash.
Well, so.
Average bears typically are only a bad range to be two-shotted by Thrash. So you don't generally have to worry about that awkward decision, should I heal or not, mid-fight. And I only kind of recently put together like a backup strat for having frail bears.
We're past a lot of the danger.
Because Thrash is kind of interesting in Gen 3 doubles. Even if the AI hadn't had random targeting, Thrash itself has random targeting in Gen 3. Like, that's just how that move works. Thrash and Petal Dance, you just can't pick which target you want. So technically Bear is only 25% to die when you consider the targeting AI chance, but... I still probably wouldn't have wanted to risk it on a good run like this. I always hate trying to mash the text on turning that elevator key, by the way. That's one of those instances where text comes up while moving. So you have to be holding down the button in advance, and then you have to move your finger to the right option, and yeah, it's just kind of weird. Another example of that would be like boarding the Robo-Kyogre to go to Cedardark at the end of the game. That text prompt that comes up.
Yeah, average bears are not quite a two-shot with Thrash, but this bear most certainly is.
Yeah, so that's past me being worried about the Gyarados situation coming up.
So it wouldn't matter what the AI was going to do.
In the end, it turns out my worries were for nothing, but, you know, it's just always kind of that... Because this strat we use on Robo-Groudon now is honestly pretty risky compared to other strats in other routes. It's cool that we get to go for it because of Hidden Power Psychic's damage output, but it is scary. Tires bogged down in the sand.
Hi, Juan.
Hi, Juan. if you're still here. Hello from the past and the present.
Alright, so this would be like 415.
Yeah, I hadn't quite been back at this game long enough yet to where
435.
I was comfortable knowing where to go here on the map screen.
Yeah.
It's very easy for me to almost click to the wrong place. But yeah, this is just that big running section where we gotta go all the way back to the top room and then all the way back down. Gaining some step cycles for return, but
Take the heal.
Definitely just a lot of mindless running.
Yeah, Espeon did not quite die to Delcatty, so yeah, same XP route.
Then I go ahead and put the XP share on right here. You can really do this anytime before you get to the next fight, which isn't for a little while. Like, there's a lot more running you still have to do. Something I noticed in Colosseum fairly recently, and have tried to start doing in XD as well, is that the size of the area that you're in often determines how much lag you have when you're exiting menus. So you kind of want to be doing equip menus in smaller areas for the most part, like inside buildings and such. So if I were really optimal, maybe I should be equipping the share at the parts shop, because I think that might be a smaller building than these floors here. But generally, I think as long as you're not outside, there's going to be noticeably less lag.
It's not really a built-in safe strat for the Gyarados, but I guess we just heal and take the one turn of time loss.
Also coming up on like one of the only practical bathroom breaks that exists in this run. And it's not long enough for me anymore. So.
If we see Bite in the first fight. So I'm guaranteed dead to 2 Thrashes anyway, so...
I guess another interesting thing about that share equip, though, when we were not depositing Teddiursa, so for past routes that did not do deposit strats yet, we would actually be able to wait to equip the share until after the first Chobin fight. So like in between the 2 fights. And certain situations on this current route where if Bear dies somewhere and we miss some XP, you're kind of out of luck now, so you really want to make sure Bear doesn't miss any XP anywhere. But yeah, like if Espeon had been the one that died to Lavrina's Delcatty, for instance, and Bear got more XP, then you could just do the equip in between the 2 fights, and just everything will be back to where it should be.
Still skips.
I don't think it would really matter, though, fixing the XP that way. Because Teddiursa is actually the one that gets the rare candy now. Used to be Espeon. And that didn't used to happen until much later in the run. But yeah, we actually pick up that rare candy after, like right after Robo Groudon. It's the only candy that exists in this game that we can viably go for in a speedrun. There's a lot of other ones, but they're pretty slow. So yeah, this first fight, generally are expecting not to get flinched, but I think I did get flinched here. This Gyarados is also a range to die to 2 hidden powers, but it's over 90%, so I'll always go for it. Old routes used to just bite Gyarados for the flinch while fake Tearsing so that it died to confusion next turn. This way, though, you get to skip Suncurrent's turn completely, which is nice. Oh, okay, it didn't get flinched, I just had to heal the Thrash damage. So that's fine. I had some run shortly before this one that got flinched by that Gyarados in this fight. I probably still should, though. Make it easier to recover if Teddy gets targeted. Yeah, so ideally I should have healed Espeon if I was planning to heal Espeon during that fight there. But now I just do it after, because I was indecisive. Yeah, hold your GGs until after the next Gyara. Yeah, so that was not the scary Gyarados, even though it has the same damage output as the next one. Should have done that during the fight. Like, they're the exact same Gyarados, but we don't want Teddy to get thrashed turn 1 in this next fight. That would have been awkward, to say the least. Like, I don't have a great backup strat for having to heal mid-fight on this strat. You kind of just hope Gyarados leaves you alone long enough. Which the nature can help. And that it doesn't flinch you if it goes for bite. Which it will only ever really go for bite on slower targets, so you'll only ever see it used on Teddy, pretty much. So Thrash overall is more likely to be picked. So yeah, many other strats for this fight and other routes were generally just killing Gyarados sooner and giving Sunflora the turn to use Sunny Day. But with Hidden Power Psychic, we're able to not only kill this Sunflora right away, we can also more easily kill the Gyarados later in the fight. Okay. And thankfully it hit Espeon turn 1, so I didn't have to worry about that awkward should I heal, should I not situation. Because this Paper Thin Bear would have definitely been a 2-shot. No chance of not being a 2-shot. So then we go ahead and OHKO the Hoppip and get the fake tears off on Gyara. So Gyara only has one more turn to hit me. As long as it doesn't crit, we're fine. Yeah, we avoided the bad luck. I could have risked not healing even if Teddy did get hit turn 1. There's always that 50-50 that you can go for. Hope I targeted Gyara. The red border kind of got disguised on Groudon. And then I didn't actually remember this when I was routing this fight, but Tropius is actually slow as hell without Sun, so we don't actually have to worry about Teddy flinching to Stomp, like, ever. Breathe a little easier now. Even if we did not have this high of speed to keep. So we're going to lose more fights coming up on purpose. So yeah, the fight just looks really nice and clean when you don't have to heal in the middle of it. And I actually had pretty nice damage on both pokes, because coming up we're going to lose the next fight to go fast. So having more damage is ideal. So yeah, this is where we finally evolve, and as you saw, Teddy barely hit level 30. Barely. So So yeah, you really don't want to miss any XP on Bear up to this point. Otherwise, you got to stay as a Teddiursa for a little while.
So we'll probably want to use Confusion on Bear.
And like I said, we are planning to actually lose the next fight, and we actually plan to lose the fight after that as well. So that means you would be a Teddiursa going into the fight after that, which is Mirror B. And Mirror B would be pretty slow, not having Ursaring. So yeah, we did both of those fights just to get in the door of the lab, because they could not identify me as the same kid from before. So because of that ridiculousness, we're going to steal their rare candy. Again, the only candy we pick up in this run. And we actually end up using that fairly soon compared to previous routes, which used it basically as Seated Argyle. Like, the place I used this candy was just the one that immediately came to mind when I was making improvements to the Hidden Power Psychic route, and it just stuck. It's like, oh, I'm sure this will change soon, you know, I'm just going to put this here for now as a placeholder, and then it just kind of ended up sticking. So I'm still using the candy in this spot, and it's going to be right before Gonzat, pretty much. So much earlier than other routes use the candy. A nice little Mirror B alert there. So I knew because I got that alert there, it was probably going to wear off fairly soon, like when I lost the Snag Machine. So like in the back of my mind, I had to be ready to mash after a certain cutscene so I could just immediately get that text cancel when it wore off.
Might be right after we lose the Snag Machine or something.
Down, 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 down. So yeah, you are allowed to lose this fight and progress. It's not a very long fight, admittedly. And for a while I was really not quite on board with skipping it. But especially with this route, since you're taking more damage from Robo-Groudon fight, if Espeon was full HP, you would want to teach Hyper Beam to Bear before this fight, so Bear has a way to one-shot it. But here I knew this frail Bear was not going to survive Hidden Power Psychic, so... Like, you want Bear to be able to have one turn just so it can kill Espeon for you, and then... This Rock Tomb miss kind of sucked because I'm pretty certain that would have killed. And then Cacnea couldn't even kill either because it didn't get enough hits with Pin Missile. This split was really annoying for me overall because there's not that many fights, and all but one of the fights went as it's supposed to go. Like, these are all little things, like little time losses, but it was just annoying that only one fight, the split, went like it's supposed to.
Because it's faster. Don't think I need the iron this time.
I think the worst of the time losses was actually on Willy. There's a Hidden Power Psychic range there that I hadn't missed before since doing this route, and I missed it for the first time in this run, of course. Not to get too ahead of myself, though. And this is usually the spot where I teach... Oh, I guess I... Yeah, I think I had forgotten almost to do this menu, and I did it here. I usually do it on the floor above, just out of habit, though. So this is where we teach Hyper Beam. And we put a new item on, yeah, Soothe Bell. So we're done having the share on Ursaring for now, and then we'll put it on Espeon at a later point. Because we want Bear to hit a certain level for the rare candy before we give it to Espeon. Before we give the share to Espeon. Should probably go ahead and scroll my notes some more so I can keep up. So sneaking up on Bonsly here, if you're slightly too fast, you'll scare it, and it'll run to the opposite side of this broken bit of floor here. And it wastes so much time when that happens.
32% tilt.
But if you approach it slowly enough, it's just your device that scares it, and that's fine. That's what you need to progress. So... no more than 32% off the dead zone, I believe, is what you want to stay within. And yeah, make sure you're pushing this from the side. It's more running, but it's a lot less slow than having to push it 3 times down. I don't know if my notes actually say that. Oh, it does, yeah. Yeah, more running means more return power, exactly. Speaking of which, there are some optional vitamin chests you can grab in the ship here. The one in that first room's not that out of the way, it's just a single iron. There's also one that has 2 PP ups, but it requires like a 25-second puzzle push thing. But yeah, if you had bad attack, they're probably worth getting. Even though a lot of the immediate return ranges coming up are not that bad now with this route. They're like the sole reason I use the rare candy on Bear. So we can get the Glooms and the Mantine right before Gonzap.
I was ready for it.
Yeah, canceling that Mirabee wear-off text.
As soon as you lose the snag machine.
So that Mirabee alert would have lasted a lot longer had I not passed that story threshold there. Yeah, not sure why I almost went to the wrong place there, but... I might have been getting slightly frustrated at my RNG at this point. Which, honestly, I was blessed through most of the early game, so I had no reason to, you know...
Definitely confusion here as well.
Like, these were annoying time losses that were happening. On any other not-so-lucky run, probably would have been justified in being a little frustrated, but... So yeah, this is another scripted fight that pretty much always results in a win for Zook. I think this is partly what helped us determine that the levels were actually higher than they normally are. Because a level 28 Zangoose actually would not always kill Oddish, but it's actually not a level 28 Zangoose. Most Shadow Pokes in this game are higher level while you're fighting them. And then when you catch them, they go down to the listed level. So that Zangoose is actually level 31. Until you catch it. So yeah, this is another fight that we would like to lose on purpose. And another one for a while that I wasn't doing. I know Juan wants me to say that. I'll admit it. I wasn't doing it for a while. It's not too bad though with Hyper Beam strats, but it didn't exactly work out as planned in this case. Typically with a less frail bear you'd be able to just hidden power this, but I wasn't super sure about doing that, and I got punished because I confused it. I mean, it was definitely correct because it absolutely would have died to hidden power plus Shadow Rush. But yeah, I killed myself in confusion, so I wasn't able to get the Hyper Beam off on Espeon. So I basically just had to waste an extra turn. There's actually a pretty strong Zangoose. It actually almost picked up the KO on Espeon here. I think I lived on 1 or something. Yeah, so close. But yeah, typically that fight's just 1 turn. Because for some reason the AI actually does target specific things there almost all the time. Which is kind of why the strat works so well. Again, I wish we could see the debugger that we had for Colosseum, just to see what the AI is doing there. Because it's not highest damage based, it's just it seems to prefer hitting Bear more often than Espeon. It's like the Shadow Rush always hits Bear, Bear kills Espeon, and then Doduo finishes Bear. That's typically how that fight goes. Usually the way that fight goes differently is if you miss the Hyper Beam on Espeon. But yeah, there we hit ourselves in confusion. Which, I guess it was lucky that we were frail enough to just die to that. And not have to waste yet another turn on top of the extra one we got. So yeah, this is the point where we have to go in front of the desk, because there is no cutscene trigger. So now we're off to the first location from Colosseum. More running, more step cycles. Let's see, what's returns power at this point? Should be around 84, 85-ish. So it's basically a body slam at this point. Funny enough, we actually could teach it Body Slam if we went to the move tutor in Agate Village. That move becomes unlocked only after a certain point. I think it's before you go to Phenac 1. And it would technically be slightly stronger than Return at that point. Not really worth it, though, for the amount of time it takes to get. So here's our last Mirror B fight of the run. You know what, I'll turn up the VOD a little bit just for this. I don't think Past Me said much here. Not really much to say, honestly. This fight's very free with Hidden Power Psychic. Good choice of move there. Yeah, it's like I knew when the move text happens, like when you try to learn a move, but yeah, multiple times in this run I guess, stayed on the A button a little too long. Because you still want to be mashing A and B for most of these quick text boxes, but yeah, I just stayed on A a little too long, so I hit yes. So that happens again, I think, with Bear's move at level 31.
Normally the first one.
Either that or Psybeam, because we don't want to teach Psybeam on this route, actually. Because we already have a better Psybeam.
Probably would have missed, though.
But yeah, pretty cut and dry Mirror B. The only thing really is Hyper Beam's mischance, and Nose Pass is technically a range with Hidden Power +1. But it's over 90%, I believe.
Okay.
I was kind of trying something out with the healing items that I bought here. You can just buy all hypers. I was kind of trying to split it up, though, just to ensure I had enough items without needing to pick up any item chests later on.
I'll still probably get the hypers at snag 'em too.
Not totally sure how I feel about that strat yet. I was just kind of noticing that a lot of the late game heals I did were just to heal off a little bit of damage, so might as well split it up with some supers, some hypers. That was kind of the idea. And I think I bought one less hyper than intended because I didn't have enough money, so I ended up getting one chest anyway at Snag'em Hideout. And then, yeah, this fight was the biggest time loss of the split because I failed to kill the Linoon with Hidden Power, which is an 81% range. And I had been pretty lucky on hitting that range up to this run. I think this was the first time I had missed it, so yeah, the split was definitely frustrating overall. Mirror B was the only fight that went like it was supposed to go. So we were kind of starting to cancel out a lot of the early luck. Still sitting okay, though, for sure.
Yeah, Espeon's range low.
And this fight could have been worse if that had targeted Bear and flinched it. So that's a move. Okay, so I successfully hit B there, so it must have been the Psybeam teach at level 36.
I was due to miss that range eventually, though.
It's kind of a slow heal that I did there. Espeon is eventually going to need to be pretty high HP anyway, though, so I guess that was a good call to do that. It's faster than taking the heal machine at Snag'em, so
Suboptimal in some way.
But yeah, that was definitely one of the more frustrating splits of the run, just because it's so unlikely to lose much time there.
Especially in these next couple splits.
So few fights, and just, yeah, it was just dumb. And I was not really feeling super confident about avoiding time loss in these next couple splits, just because they have a nasty habit of going very poorly. On other routes like Hidden Power Electric, you actually have a pretty decent Gonzap split to work with. But Hidden Power Psychic is guaranteed to lose some time here. Just because you got a couple steel types to deal with.
Just every Murkrow is using this move today.
Yeah, and also these Murkrows are faster than Bear usually. With Hidden Power Electric, though, you'd be able to kill that first one before it gets a chance to do anything. It's like Hidden Power Psychic's whole real time save is like Snaddle, Robo-Groudon, and Willy, usually. Especially the Snaddle split. Like, the Snaddle split is so much better than any other Hidden Power route. Like, that alone pretty much... I don't know if I would say it's definitively the fastest yet. Only because there could be other improvements possible to Hidden Power Electric. Kind of in the same vein as some of the experience changes that I made for this route. But definitely on par. Like, I'd also have to watch Smiley's run, I think, again, just to see, like, how good his RNG was. But yeah, this Jetto fight's pretty much the same, aside from getting to Hidden Power instead of using our slower Psychic move. So that's another big reason Hidden Power Psychic's good, even though it doesn't save turns once we get Psychic TM. Because it's still Hidden Power, like it's still a faster animation than your other Psychic moves, so... You'll save a second here, second there, throughout the rest of the run. In fact, we only rarely will put Psychic in slot 1. I think we do at the very end of the run, and then we do for like a couple fights here and there. But Psychic will generally not be our first move used in a fight. It'll either be Bite or Hidden Power. Usually Hidden Power. Yeah, I was kind of considering trying out the Purify Lugia route, which is kind of still in its early stages, and I think has only been done by a couple runners. But I was definitely kind of intrigued by that a little bit. So I might try that out eventually. But that might be another one I want to wait for secondary manip, like Teddiursa manip for. But we'll see if I get a wild hair to try it out before then. Because obviously just for your first couple runs of a category, you don't really need to grind for God Bears, generally. So there's where I use the candy, just to get level 33 right before a fight with some rangy returns. And then we equip the share after the next fight. And yeah, we now do have Psychic on Espeon. Very, very nice that they give us the TM for that here, so we don't have to wait till level, 47 like Colosseum does. So yeah, first move here is Hidden Power. You still have to Psychic Torkoal because it would be a range still with Hidden Power. I think it would be a better range than the one in Phenac was, but you might as well just Psychic it since you can. And we will be doing another menu after this fight. It kind of just works out for the experience in this case to not combine both menus into one. Because you want Psychic for this Torkoal. And you want to go ahead and use your candy because Bear is at the level. But you're not quite ready to put the share back on Espeon until after this fight, just to kind of make things work out better later on. Don't think Bear's defense is bad enough to get Facade from Electrode. So there you go, Espeon. Oh, I tried to give it to Bear. Nice execution. Yeah. Okay. Bad menus. Yeah, this guy's always kind of a linchpin for
Hopefully we don't get paralyzed
most
by
XD routes, just because these guys are usually ranges now with return. So I'm pretty sure the standard route for Hidden Power Electric had level 32 Bear here, so you'd have to have good attack or enough return power, something like that. And then pretty early on when making this route, I was just like, you know, let's just use the frickin' candy on Bear. Let's just see how this shakes out, being 33. And it works out great for Bear, for the most part, for the next few splits. Espeon kinda has some ranges get introduced. Not very many, and they're still favorable. The biggest one would actually be on the next Zook fight, which is right after Gonzap. The Zangoose is actually ridiculously likely to die at 35, but we're only going to be level 34, which makes it only a 75% chance to die. Other than that range, though, Espeon's fine for the most part, having less XP than other routes. This Fortress can be pretty annoying sometimes, based on the move it picks. Spikes is totally fine, but it can also pin Missile on Espeon or Body Slam on Ursaring, which can paralyze. Thankfully we didn't have any of that to worry about this run, though. I had one run with this route where I just crit O-code the Fortress. That's always nice to see, of course, but our crit luck, I think, was mostly spent in the early game of this run. And yeah, a nice Hyper Beam there on Grunt Pig to finish it up. And level 33 Espeon just in time to outspeed Gonzap's Electrode. So yeah, Spikes is good. It's like 50% to use that move. So this fight, like most other routes, is just hopefully don't get paralyzed by Spark. And this fight's AI is kind of some of the good AI from Colosseum as far as highest damage goes. So if we had worse defense, Electrode could just go for Facade instead of Spark, but typically we'll have bulky Espeons now. I think I could have used Facade on Bear, though, in this case. And yeah, you don't know who the fake-out target's going to be. So you kind of just set up with both pokes anyway, though, because it's Hidden Power Psychic route. Good. So Hidden Power Electric, since you had that for Skarmory, you wouldn't necessarily need to set up with Espeon turn 1, and there was kind of like a YOLO strat you could go for. Just hopefully it wasn't the fake-out target. Can't really do that with Hidden Power Psychic, though. You kind of have to set up with both pokes, usually.
This cache will be bottom slots.
But yeah, no paralysis, so now we just kind of knock everything down. And Skarmory is going to be a 2-hit KO. And I do another move swap there because we will be using Psychic as our first move in the next 2 fights after this. So just a good opportunity to do that. That crit on Whiscash didn't matter, by the way. We're +1.
But I appreciate the enthusiasm.
So we're kind of approaching the stage in the game where crits don't matter as much because we OHKO so many things. So yeah, the split wasn't all that bad. I'm pretty sure my gold here is a little unrealistic. I think that was a carryover from Hidden Power Electric route or something.
Defense drop, okay.
I may have since deleted that gold.
Alright, it's a pretty decent split there.
Because yeah, even if we had crit the Fortress, I'm pretty sure we weren't going to come close to this gold. But yeah, walking away from that with minimal time loss is always nice. Because yeah, those last 2 fights, Awaken and Gonzap, can go much worse. And then we get one of the longer splits of the run, Gorgon. A lot of fights, a lot of chances to get screwed. But I did have a giant time save compared to PB in this run, so I knew I was in okay shape, even if things kind of went off the rails a little bit. So because Zook's Zangoose coming up is a worse range, like I said, it is okay to consider healing here, but I was fine on HP, so we just pieced out of here. And the PP routing actually gets pretty tight in this part of the run as well, but as long as you don't start clicking extra psychics and hidden powers and returns left and right, you're generally okay. The tightest PP is actually return, because you have to use enough hyper beams to make return last all the way up to this next healing machine, which is inside the key lair on the second floor. So we have to get through this fight and then 2 peon fights on our current amount of PP. And ideally on this Zook fight, you actually only use 1 return, because you then will hyper beam the Carvana. And that assumes you hit this Zangoose range with Psychic, which we did, thankfully. And again, that's one of the only ranges Espeon has to worry about not being 35. Oh, I forgot we crit it. So that crit could have mattered. Espeon trying to get back to the critting machine it was at the start of the game. And Bear gets a useless crit too, because why not?
It's a Doduo.
You know, just wreck the fuck out of that bird. So yeah, we hyper beam the Carvana here, which is actually pretty hilarious when you understand how frail Carvana is. This would kill probably like 9 Carvanas. But yeah, we do it not just to save a return PP, but it actually also is faster, because this is a non-contact move. So we can skip the rough skin text, and we won't have to click a move with Ursaring next turn either. Yep, just mash hidden power on the Relicanth. So yeah, hidden power Psychic, able to save a few frames there. Since we don't have to click slower Psychic moves on those last 2.
Okay, so this split's got a decent amount of possible time save, but it's also got a lot of ways to lose time. So I'll be happy if I just stay on this pace right now.
So yeah, a bit of a cutscene marathon to get inside here.
Can't bear to have Bear miss. Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of hyper beams we have to hit in this section. That's kind of the bulk of the RNG, honestly. There's a few ranges also. Most of the ranges are actually going to be concentrated kind of near the top of this place when we get closer to Gorgon. And I'll kind of point out where those are. But basically Bear is going to end up being a lower level than it would be on other routes. Because we're basically making up for the fact that we used the rare candy a lot earlier in the run now.
Change it back in the next.
Because we used to save it for Seed of Dark Isle, but now we're using it, you know, at Snag'em Hideout. So when you use the candy that early, it's a lot less powerful. It's like we always have to make concessions somewhere when we route this now. It's just a really range-heavy game in general, especially since we skipped Twisted Spoon. We started skipping Twisted Spoon a long time ago. So no Spoon, no Silk Scarf. Silk Scarf was out way before Spoon was, even, so... So these guys don't get any help from held items other than experience-related stuff and happiness-related stuff. So we got Helping Hand there from the Minun. That's like the only way this fight slows down typically, unless you have a bear that's slower than Ladian. Then you might have to see that do a move. If you've got a female Pokemon, hopefully it doesn't use Attract if that's the case, but our bear was more than fast enough for the job here. Yeah, Silk Scarf's been out for so long, like, I'm not surprised people don't know about that. And Zangoose really isn't that great of a catch rate, honestly. Like, you had to buy Ultra Balls or pick up Ultra Balls, and yeah, it was not good. It was like always a coin flip after you hit it. And that was a strat, like, I think when I first started running this game, but quickly got routed out after that. Because I will mention, I have had world record in this game before this point, before I lost it for a few years. And in that run I had double edge strats routed in. And I think that was part of the big reason we stopped using Silk Scarf at the time. Like, we weren't using Hyper Beam yet, I know that. Hyper Beam was not in the route. But Double Edge was, and you get Double Edge from a move tutor before going to Seated Dark Isle.
Not too much better.
Yeah, another dumb Murkrow there. This fight's kind of interesting because it has one of the 50-50 Intimidators. Kind of hoping just not to see Intimidate so you don't have to hit a Hyper Beam on this Growlithe. Thanks, Austin. And luckily it did not have Intimidate, so I could just click Return and be done.
Nice, no Intimidate, though.
So yeah, we head upstairs and we finally get to restore our dwindling PP. So now the PP will last all the way through the rest of this section. And it doesn't actually get all that low aside from Hyper Beam count, which we do ideally want to land every Hyper Beam, and we usually go for at least 5. Sometimes a 6th. I think we usually go for a 6th one now in this route, which is why I pick up this PP up coming up. It's the chest right after this fight.
Right to bite.
And this fight's kind of just been the same for a while. We give Shelter a few turns just because it only has a weak Shadow Blitz to hit me with. It's a fast move. Something's going to have to get extra turns. Just based on the order of Pokemon that are due to come out.
A little earlier.
And yeah, I guess there's not that many fights in this run that use X items, so you kind of have to point them out when they happen. This fight uses X speed, just so Bear can be faster than Sharpedo. I might recheck this. It says in my notes that having perfect speed with plus nature, you're already faster than Sharpedo. I might double check that though, because I left a lot of little things like this hanging around from older routes. But yeah, generally you expect to X speed here.
Yeah, it'll pretty much be close to the end of the stream right there then. Back to bite.
So yeah, we're already past the point where we would have tried to learn Psybeam. Like I mentioned earlier, we do not teach it in Hidden Power Psychic route. don't need it. Not even for extra PP. So we just clean up the rest of this fight, and then we grab the PP up from the chest.
That's a little scary. Double blitz on Bear could potentially KO.
Pretty sure my gold split here doesn't really pick up any item chests. I'll typically pick up this one at the very least, and I think I also grab the max revive. That's about it. So yeah, I just gotta do some pushing. Don't think we end up needing to use that max revive, because thankfully nothing catastrophic really happens at the end, but you never really know for sure.
Decently likely to outspeed that.
I think on most future runs that I do, I might just skip any revive items, honestly. I don't know. Like the last fight is just been kind of all or nothing anyway, so. Like, having any death at the end is likely going to kill your PB at this point, so... Like, even if you're able to recover it. This fight's also been annoying for a lot of routes, just because you got the non-shadow Pokemon have Follow Me. Turn 1 generally doesn't matter unless you're doing a riskier strat, where you're trying to just outspeed and kill Beedrill right away. And then Togetic's a range with return. Pretty nice at level 35, though. It's pretty favorable. And I say that as I miss it. But luckily it did not go for Follow Me, so it really didn't hurt too much. If it goes for Follow Me there, the return would be forced to aim into the Pidgeotto, which is also a range with return.
It's less damage.
But yeah, typically just go Psychic on Pidgeotto, because it would be a range to Hidden Power.
Range to miss on Togetic now.
So yeah, it's one of the ranges that you typically have on your mind when you're going through this split, is that Togetic.
Trying to combine menus as much as possible.
Most of the rest of them in this section are at the top.
Hopefully we can get the Grunt Pig range, though.
So now we start the Hyper Beam Gauntlet. So a couple pretty easy fights back to back to back, as long as you keep hitting Hyper Beam. So the nice thing about Hyper Beam is you typically only have to use it on one of their last Pokemon, or at least not the leads. So the recharge turn doesn't really matter.
Okay, so this is now the Hyper Beam Gauntlet.
So nice squishy Absol to use return on, and then you Hyper Beam the Ampharos next turn. Espeon cleans up everything else.
I think across various runs I've missed every one of these Hyper Beams combined.
So like really old versions of the route that had Silk Scarf were able to return some of these things that I'm gonna Hyper Beam.
Miss in this section each run.
It's a shame we don't have Earthquake yet, because these last two Pokemon would be perfect to Earthquake, honestly. And I don't think I missed a Hyper Beam in this split, at least not a bad one. I think my previous PB before this one had missed the Mightyena Hyper Beam in the next fight. Lost a lot of time. And that is kind of one of the worst ones to miss in this split. Especially if you also got Reflect from Noctowl. Good old Flippus. So turn 1 is generally free, you just take both of these guys out, and then next turn you got the Intimidate from Mightyena. So you have to Hyper Beam. And Return's base power, by the way, is pretty much 92 usually at this point. Assuming you didn't grab a ton of extra vitamins from the ship to make it more than that.
Not fast enough, but also not really slow enough. So, yeah.
And that chest right behind me before I started this fight was another vitamin, but it's only an HP up, so you don't generally need to get that. But I do grab the PP up just for 1 extra Hyper Beam, typically. Because there is an extra one now that we typically would want to go for. So yeah, we got the Hyper Beam hit on Mightyena this time. So yeah, damage-wise, I was pretty sure I was going to have to use some potions before we got to the Earthquake TM. I usually hope to try to combine everything into one menu. Sometimes it doesn't quite shake out that way. Because the thing is, we have a Fighting-type trainer right before we get to Earthquake, and that does a decent amount of damage to Bear, if it chooses to target Bear, so... So yeah, I went ahead and used my PP up here. And I was likely going to have to, well, I am going to have to menu again when I get Earthquake, but likely have to heal again too. With all the expected damage there is before Gorgon.
No, probably not. We already had one non-intimidate from Growlithe. I'm not
Yeah, this is generally another bowling pin fight where you just knock everything down. Have to hit a Hyper Beam on the Azumarill, and then we have to hit a Butterfree Psychic range. But the Psychic range is ridiculously likely because we get to level 40 for that. It makes it over 95%. Whereas otherwise it'd be about 80% at 39.
If we miss any dumb Hyper
This Ninetales can be a nuisance sometimes if it goes for Ember and burns. It's pretty unlikely to happen, but it is an unfortunate thing that can happen. Safeguard is completely fine, though. And that Butterfree goes in really hard in 100%. Compound Eyes Sleep Powder. And I do kind of also have built into the route a few other item swaps you could do with the XP share to kind of make certain fights a little bit better later on. There's one right here, right after the Butterfree trainer. If you had a really fast Bear, you would want to shift some XP. I guess I should explain though first. There's kind of like there's a little thing with the route where you could just leave the items alone right here, like till the end of the run, and not mess with them at all.
Don't have to hyper beam this fight.
If you do that though, you miss out on a pretty key level for Snaddle 2's Metang. Like, essentially you'll want to shift just a little bit of XP onto Bear so that you can hit that level. And you kind of just have your options on where to do that. So yeah, one of the places you could do it is right here, if you had a really god speed Bear.
Ouch.
So that you could try to get some outspeeds coming up on things like Golduck. And I think generally it's also for some things on Seeded Dark Isle as well, like Sharpedo. So that could be a thing like that we consistently do once we manipulate the same kind of Bear every time. Like once we have RNG Minute for Bear, we'll probably generally want the faster ones rather than the powerful ones.
Okay, just kill it.
Oh yeah, I actually had almost forgotten about this. This was one of my worst fights in this split. This stupid Wobbuffet just likes to go for Destiny Bond sometimes, even on turn 1, when it's at full HP, and nothing's happened yet. And it actually went for it not once, but twice, so I just decided, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna use my revive after this fight, I don't even care. And since Bear's already used its rare candy, I was kind of okay with losing this XP. Like, it doesn't really matter for the most part. I'm gonna have to shift it later anyway, I knew, so... You know, I was kind of just okay with it. I was not gonna give Wobbuffet more of my time. And then I should have used a super there. I did, okay. It's kind of slow, but... So I think that was like the one bad thing that happened in this whole split, so...
First to see almost.
Especially since PB had like multiple bad fights, I was kind of okay with that.
First turn of the fight.
Alright, so now we're at the top. This fight kind of has... It has a strat for just kind of more normal good bears like this one. And then there's a strat for plus attack nature and a strat for plus speed nature with high IV. So yeah, in this case we have to Psychic the Golduck and give Hitmontop a turn. It's a little bit risky because if it goes for Bulk Up, it has a small chance to live the next return. Because we're also intimidated. But yeah, Focus Energy was completely fine. And we do end up having to Hyper Beam just because we are intimidated. We'll have to Hyper Beam on the Weepinbell.
Trainer, I guess. Or at least not one that has any vision, like aggro vision.
Yeah, it's just kind of like you generally have to give something a turn. You'd rather give it to Golduck, but if Golduck's faster than Bear, it's better to just give Hitmontop the turn, even though it can do a bit more damage if it chooses a fighting move on Bear. It's not an insanely powerful move. It's not like, you know, super power. It's not even Brick Break. It's just Triple Kick is its strongest move. Yeah, saving some more frames with Hidden Power Psychic.
And they are pretty thick people, too.
Not used to talking this much. It's wearing my throat out.
Oh, man, I missed 37 for Grumpig. Well, we get it off of Seadra, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, this next fight was kind of a clutch point for the route as well. Especially when I learned that Return's base power actually isn't as high as I thought it was at this point. It's still fine, generally, if you get like a couple extra vitamins with good bears like this. But yeah, most other routes had level 37 bear at this point, and we actually missed 37 because we died to Wobbuffet, but I think we get it on the level when we kill Seadra, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Grumpig's a range with Return, just long story short. And then on the next turn, we will usually want to Hyper Beam, because that thing has a equally good/bad range if we used Return. So this is kind of where that extra Hyper Beam comes into play here.
Still be faster.
And it kind of works out, because if the Piloswine at the end was to go for Endure, at least Bear wouldn't be clicking a move that turn, so it doesn't lose as much time in that worst case scenario. This was double level up, double move.
It's a double move, okay.
So yeah, we got 37 at least, so we get the expected range on this Grumpig.
Please. Thank you.
I think that was about an 81% range. At least according to my notes. 1 extra vitamin with average step luck, 29 IV neutral, yeah.
Last beam.
And then we just blast the Hyper Beam here.
Well, no misses at least.
So yeah, the rest of the fight was fine. So there's 2 fights left in this split. So the fight coming up has another possible Intimidate user, Shadow Pokemon. And you kind of don't really want to YOLO Hyper Beam the Ursaring, just in case it does have Intimidate. Unless you have, like, perfect attack with plus nature. So I opted just to go for the safe 2-hit KO with Return. Plus, I think you're generally going to be out of Hyper Beams at this point, so that's the other main issue. Yeah, Gorgon's an interesting fellow, for sure. Monkey Man. He's coming up right after this. I think you're pretty close to being able to Hidden Power that Huntail, but it's just not quite safe, so you just Psychic it instead. So that's a little bit of time loss compared to Hidden Power Electric, but we make it up on this next turn. Next 2 turns, actually. So yeah, this is the turn where you would just throw out a Hyper Beam on his Ursaring if you weren't afraid of the Intimidate from Arbok, since it's only 50% to have Intimidate. Yeah, it's understandable. There's a lot of fights in this game. Not all of them are memorable. And yeah, luckily his bear only has Scratch as his strongest stab move, so, you know. .40 base power versus my 94 base power. Yeah, useless crit on that second hit. Yes, he does. Gorgon also indeed has a bear. So yeah, I was kind of like in development of a strat for this fight when I was doing this run, and I didn't really want to go for it here.
Man, Gorgon.
At least I don't think I did. Yeah, because I think Espeon was a little too high of HP. There's a strat where you can kill off Espeon with the first Earthquake that you do, and Bear can just kind of finish the last couple things on its own without really losing much time. And that would take care of your XP shift that I was talking about earlier, where you kind of need to shift some XP. And yeah, just Espeon wasn't quite low enough for me to want to go for it. Monkey Man!
Yeah, I was kind of debating that.
You do a little bit of a complicated move swap here. Basically just putting Earthquake where Fake Tears was.
I don't know if that's going to perfectly fix my XP or not, because I also died to Wobbuffet. So I don't know if I'd be able to also skip the menus later.
Yeah, that was the other thing too, because I had died to the Wobbuffet. I wasn't sure if shifting just this much XP was going to be enough to skip the menus later anyway.
It's a little dicey, but...
So... So yeah, essentially the idea is on this turn you would go for another Earthquake instead of returning the Ursaring.
Yeah, just regular.
So Espeon would die, but so would the Ursaring, because you typically do two-shot that with Earthquakes. And then you can just finish off the Hypno with Return. The thing is, though, that doesn't shift as much XP as doing the menu swaps later on in the run. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have quite been enough to hit the important level that I need for Snaddle 2.
Like, just anyway.
But yeah, some runs in the future could end up going for that strat. And luckily Hypno was not faster than Bear. It definitely can be, depending on its speed that it generates with.
Okay, yeah, overall I'm okay with this.
So yeah, I could have saved a bit more without that Wobbuffet fiasco, but...
Still a bad split.
Definitely not a bad split. Yeah.
Takes is one fight.
Definitely take that if you're on good pace already. And now we just complete more step cycles with Bear.
Maybe slightly less likely to die to Psychics.
And you basically have free reign of this place now since you've beaten the boss of the area. There's not going to be any other drop-down trainers in the other rooms that you haven't explored. So you could do some cleanup if you wanted to. There's a rare candy just south of here. But you'd also have to push the box a couple more times coming back up, so it's pretty slow. If the box just stayed there, you wouldn't really... You would probably always want to get that candy, but... Yeah, just because of the extra loads you have to do and the extra pushes and all that, it's not really worth it.
I mean, I'd like to skip having to do menus altogether. I also really hate the Metang range on Snaddle, though, so I still definitely want to do it this run.
Yeah, we're rescuing all the Shadow Pokemon. Definitely. Going around the top of the map there, because it's one less click. Nah, they're all in Mirror B's capable hands, don't worry. At least most of them. So, yeah, this is the point where you could go get the Master Ball, if you were so inclined to save the Lugia. Because you're most likely not catching that thing without the Master Ball, at least not anytime quickly.
Okay, time for Golduck range.
So yeah, this first fight on Teddiursa has us going for a pretty bad range on the Shadow Golduck. It's a bit better on the Hidden Power Electric route, but the two moves, Psychic and Hidden Power Electric, are kind of close in power when Hidden Power is super effective. In this case, it is better than a 50%, because we're level 44. Not by much, though. Actually, in an older version of this Hidden Power Psychic route that I was toying with, we actually still were not going to be level 38 Bear here, which made this Crawdaunt kind of a disgusting range, so this was kind of the point where I was like, okay, Bear needs more XP. Like, we can't just go full in with whatever I was doing at the time. That was probably before I decided to use the candy on Bear.
For one more hour.
It's like on top of the Grunt Pig stuff,
Starting to get there, but
you
it's
know.
not, like, torturing me.
So yeah, that first turn's free when you're level 38 Bear, as long as you have, you know, any kind of decent attack. And then we just pray we get the Psychic range, otherwise we lose like 30 seconds.
59%! You missed every range this round, come on. Okay, well not every range, but thank you for getting that.
Yeah, the range luck was starting to improve again. That was a good sign of life, getting that Golduck. Yeah, so now we click Earthquake on the Sableye here. Other routes hadn't taught Earthquake yet, so they would just be able to Metal Claw in this case.
Yes.
And depending on how much damage you take here, you could skip the Healing Machine. I think I do. Yeah, you would typically want to do that because you just healed coming out of the Key Lair, so you wouldn't really want to have to do that again immediately. Because if you take almost no damage, or no damage in the next fight at all, then you could just one hyper heal after the next Earthquake fight. It's one nice thing about the Moltres method. We can always go for high defense Eevees now, so we don't have to worry about being two-shotted by Bear too much. or one shot with a crit. I also should have mentioned I have a guide for more specifics on the Moltres method stuff for RNG manipping the Eevee. I'll probably put that in the YouTube video description when we're done with this. Like, I'll just have all the resources for the run. So yeah, Wish from Xatu. Xatu typically will get a turn there. It is possible to outspeed it. I think that was one of the targets you would outspeed, doing that item swap that I talked about between the Butterfree fight and the Wobbuffet fight. If you had a Godspeed bear. Losing some frames. Internet, please. With what little of my voice I have left, we'll try to make it through 1 hour of commentary. Okay. So pretty much synced up now. So let me know if something's too loud or whatever, but... Alright, so like we tried to do a couple streams ago, was make it all the way through this run in one go. But yeah, OBS had some problems, so now we'll just kind of finish it up today with the end of this stream. And I figured out that OBS kind of tends to lie to me sometimes. Like, the box will be dark red sometimes, but the frames will actually be fine on both, like, the Twitch VOD and the local VOD, so...
I mean, you know, it's
I don't know. I can look into it some more, but I think everything's generally fine. It's just OBS is telling me there's a problem when there's not sometimes. I don't know. Oh, right, yeah. There we go. I actually told myself before starting, too, to remember to turn off the cube, so...
Probably part of that's just nerves anyway.
So yeah, that noise should be gone.
59%! You missed every range this run, come on. Okay, well not every range, but thank you for getting that.
Alright. So yeah, big Golduck range right there. This is the first fight on Cedar Island. That's kind of like the big range of the early part of this island. Loses 30 seconds if you don't get it. I turn my TV off too, so it's not blinding blue light.
Where the hell is Earthquake now? Slot 3? Yes.
Yeah, one of the first always earthquakes of the run. Should probably pull out my XD notes too, just in case there's something else I need to see as we're going through this end game here.
So I'll risk the crit if I don't take too much damage in this next fight.
Alright, take care, Riley. Thanks for stopping by. HP Psychic Route. There you are. Okay, but the frames on OBS seem fine right now. Like, at least it's telling me they're fine, so... See if it stays that way for the next hour and 3 minutes or so. So yeah, I don't know exactly where things started to get choppy for people last time. I think it started getting really bad at this point, and I was just like, okay, let's just stop and pick it up some other time. But anyway, so this is the second fight on Cedar, and it's generally pretty free. There is a Hyper Beam you have to hit on his Whiscash. And Xatu can sometimes do annoying damage. But it generally seems to favor going for Wish. I don't know if that's actually a thing with the AI. Because we kind of assume the AI is mostly random in these trainer fights. But it does seem to click Wish a lot, so that's totally fine. Sometimes you can have a bear that's super fast and gets the turn before Xatu even does anything. So it's a nice little advantage of Godspeed bears. I think we needed like 30 IV plus nature though, so it basically has to be perfect speed in order to outspeed. You can still tie with slightly less, but yeah, that's pretty much that fight. Yeah, in the days of old, just for good measure, the experience was a little bit different than it is now. Ever since we routed out Ralts catching and getting the Twisted Spoon from it, now we want more levels on Espeon for this late game, which means less levels on Bear, just because that's how the XP share works. So that's part of the reason there's going to be a few Hyper Beams in seemingly small places. It's just because Bear just cannot kill unless it uses Hyper Beam. But yeah, the first time I had Record in this game, a few years back, we had Double Edge in the route, and Double Edge was actually used a lot in some of these fights, and we didn't have Hyper Beam at the time. Or Hidden Power, because there was no RNG manip. Espeon would sometimes randomly be lucky and get a good Hidden Power, and we had some kind of, you know, mediocre strats here and there using it. But yeah, generally you would have no good Hidden Power. And now we're all the way back to the Hidden Power being the same type as Espeon itself. So yeah, Clutch surviving 2 Quakes there. It wasn't actually that scary. I knew it would survive, but... And critting Espeon there is actually not the worst thing under normal circumstances. Because there was this thing I might have mentioned during the Gorrigan splits, where you don't really have to move the experience share anymore past a certain point. But if you do that, you might miss a bad range on Snaddle 2's Metang. So you want to swap a little bit of XP over to Bear. Like, less than 1 fight's worth of XP. So one way you could do that is if Espeon dies to your own Earthquake, and that would shift more XP to Bear that way. And I'm pretty sure just that would have been enough to get the level for Metang. But there was some earlier XP-related issue because of a Wobbuffet trolling me with Destiny Bond. So the experience was kind of weird in general at this point, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to crit Espeon or kill Espeon or whatever. So I was just trying to do everything kind of the standard way. And I think I do end up moving this share anyway later on. So yeah, Jet Soul, kind of a standard knock 'em all down kind of fight. Sneasel's, of course, faster than Ursaring. And Espeon doesn't really have a way to kill it in one hit, so just kind of always have to give that a turn, but it doesn't have bad moves. And then second turn, you're faster than both things, so... And speaking of speed, coming up is the Lavrina fight, the Lavrina 2 fight. And Bear is at such a low level now in this route that you do kind of have to worry about being slower than the lead Gardevoir that she has. And the only really bad things Gardevoir can do are Ice Punch Freeze on Espeon or Attract if you happen to have a female poke. Or a male poke. I can't remember what gender her Gardevoir is, but... just kind of a thing to be aware of. If you run a 16-speed Bear, you're almost guaranteed to be faster than Gardevoir. So, that's kind of a nice benchmark. It's like you're either guaranteed to be faster or at least tied with the Gardevoir. And in this case, this Bear was very much faster than Gardevoir by several points. So when you outspeed the Gardevoir, the first turn of this fight is just always free. In fact, with the strat the way it is, there's not really any RNG to worry about in this fight. There's other stat lines that Bear can have where you risk a Hyper Beam on Altaria, so you don't have to go Fake Tears Psychic.
Definitely not.
It's really rare that you have enough attack to confidently go for a Hyper Beam here, though, so... Like, it's technically an advantage for plus attack Bears, but even then, like, if you're not level 40, you're just not really wanting to risk that. And Bear did used to be level 40 here in other routes. Like, the whole thing with my XP route changes for Hidden Power Psychic was kind of shifting even more XP to Espeon and more away from Bear. Kind of anticipating, you know, someday we will be able to RNG manip Teddiursas, so they'll always be good Bears. So we'll have higher stats in general. So hopefully this route is kind of future-proofed in that regard. So once we have the good Bears, they'll be able to execute this route a lot better. And we might even be able to tweak it further, honestly. If we decide we want always powerful Bears or always fast Bears. I feel like we're always going to want faster Bears rather than powerful, though, in this case. Like, you'll still want to have high neutral IV attack, but definitely go for the plus speeds. Because that's where the guaranteed time saves are. And yeah, Roselia pretty much always goes for Leech Seed right away, but it's the last turn of the fight, so it's not nearly as bad as seeing Leech Seed in Colosseum from Mirabee. When you have to deal with Rain Dish and Leech Seed recovery and Rain turns and all that stuff. So that's pretty much Lavrina. It's not a whole lot of RNG, not very scary. It's only ever scary if you have a slow Bear. So yeah, male pokes wouldn't have to worry about Gardevoir's attract, and Espeon is 7/8 of the time male, so it's generally not an issue there.
Okay, nice high HP. Actually, I had to put where Crobat
And then
was,
this
so I had to pay
fight
attention.
is pretty much fine, aside from having to hit one Hyper Beam.
Smash A with Espeon.
And it's just because of Intimidate from Masquerain.
So far.
Luckily we hit it, though. I don't think I really missed any Hyper Beams that I can think of in this run. So my Hyper Beam luck was pretty good overall. And there are a decent amount of them you have to hit in the game. Probably not quite as many as Fire Blasts for Typhlosion and Colosseum. And Hyper Beam is more accurate than Fire Blasts. Not very much more, but more. And this is kind of another thing that you miss out on not being level 40 here, is you could return still this Masquerain if you had high attack level 40. But you could also just hit a Hyper Beam, so it's not really something that you would necessarily always want high attack versus high speed. So that's another thing, like favoring high speed versus attack. Like, even though you get a bit more consistency in this fight, it's not really saving you much time. Like, yeah, Hyper Beam's a slower animation than Return, but I think we'd rather have the speed for the most part. This Bear luckily was kind of just, you know, high IVs in both attack and speed is fine, even if neither one is plus nature. Like, we can't manip Bears right now, so you're not often going to get lucky enough to get a god stat. This guy used to be a double-edge fight, and it actually kind of worked out a little better back in those days. And Bear had a higher level, so it could outspeed Kangaskhan more often, but it was still pretty rare to outspeed Kanga, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, there's not a lot of X item fights in XD compared to Colo, but this is one of them. Just to get that Claydol, Oko, and the guarantee on Kanga with Shadow or Hyper Beam. Shadow Ball's kind of unlucky to see because this fight is random AI, and that's the only move that does any significant damage from Misdreavus. And Return's power at this point, by the way, is... I think, given the amount of vitamins I picked up, it was around 99 power. So, pretty near maxed out. And maxed out is 102, by the way, not 100. See, with Gen 1 sprites, it was always about the tongue. Yeah, fortunately, I don't think I've ever missed this Bayonet bite range in a run before. It's 97%. So it's better than a 15 and 16. But the first time I did a real run of Hidden Power Psychic Route, I missed an even better range on the Shadow Swellow. Swellow's like at least 99% to die. So that was a cool way to lose a run, but... luckily, none of that stuff happens in this run. Spoilers. Okay, we can just super Espeon, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, finally level 40 with Bear, although it's a little late to be super useful.
Hopefully we won't also get the crunch.
And then here's the room with all the pushing. I could skip ahead to the fight, but, you know, that would be cheating.
Game padding.
We're here for the whole run. Right, Mirabee? That's kind of an interesting quirk with this game, though, how that radar can just go off at seemingly any time at this stage of the game. And you're almost never going to be ready for it. It would be optimal to just be mashing a button to clear that text, like, everywhere you go. Except when you're near a trainer or something. Yeah, just running around, all the hot stuff. It'd be nice if someone found like a clippy sort of way to just jump down onto the block from here, instead of having to run all the way around.
Color look. So I might need to play around with the color settings on my capture card.
It's kind of sad that there's not really enough of a community behind these games like there is for like Zelda games and stuff, because somebody would have found some kind of major skips by now in this game, I'm sure. Because this game is not glitch-proof. Like, definitely not. So yeah, we grab those white herbs, and both of them are useful, so... This herb we equip right away, even though we're not going to use it until the fight after this one. It's a pretty safe thing to do, because you generally cannot get a stat drop in any way from this guy, which would activate the white herb prematurely. You can get burned, which halves your attack, but the white herb doesn't activate for that, thankfully. So yeah, we use up our second to last X item. Yeah, there must be distinct ledge types, and the SS Libra just has a certain one that's jumpable.
Yeah, that's very annoying.
Oh, that's right, I did get burned here, speaking of. So because my HP dipped a bit too low to survive an earthquake and burn, I had to just do this alternate strat, which is not really that much slower, honestly. But it does mean I have to return Magmar as well. I can't remember if I got flame-bodied from that. Did I get a double burn? Guess we'll have to see. I've had to recheck this pincer calc so many times because I'm so afraid that it's arranged with Psychic, but no, it is always guaranteed on any stat line. Because normally Bear is on Earthquake still. So you're kind of nervous to, you know, have it survive and then be clicking Earthquake and kill Espeon. But yeah, Pinsir's pretty safe.
No double burn.
No double burn, indeed. And then this is the fight that leads to Intimidators. So it's like they kind of just wanted you to burn one of the white herbs here, right in this fight. And then the only thing that should get a turn, because it's faster than Bear usually, is the Sharpedo. And it's still pretty much random AI. I say pretty much because they know not to use moves that do nothing. Like ×0 effective moves and such. So again, you're kind of just hoping for the non-high damaging option, which would be Crunch on Espeon. This is another situation where Godspeed could outspeed the Sharpedo. At level 40, you would need 24 IV with a plus nature, which isn't bad. That could be easily something we RNG manip for in the future. And then I had an alternate route where you shift the XP in Cypher Key Lair so that you could be level 41 here. And in that case, 20 IV would outspeed Sharpedo. Haven't gotten to really use any of these, like, alternate shifted XP routes yet in a run. But they're there. It's kind of just part of the freedom that comes from having to swap the item anyway for Snaddle 2. It's like you can do that XP shift like anywhere before that point, and it's fine. Espeon doesn't really miss any important levels no matter where you do it, so
Yeah, definitely faster than Grumpig.
it's kind of just only an advantage for Bear. No disadvantage for Espie. And then this fight's got the Shadow Rapidash, which is still a range when we're level 50 Espeon. But it's kind of just a range I wanted to route out from being bad at level 49, so that's part of the reason I shifted some XP to Espeon. Like, you're only making it go from like an 85% to a 96% range, but that still sounds a lot better. Because if you miss the Rapidash range, it'll often go for either Shadow Sky or Shadow Down, which would actually be really bad, because then Earthquake's going to hit Espeon even harder. So it's just kind of a range you generally don't want to miss. Like, you don't want to miss any of the Shadow ranges at this point of the game, but Rapidash was one of the more annoying. Because, yeah, ideally you just get the Rapidash range here and the fight's over, because Earthquake kills the last two. So, that happened without a hitch. Don't recall any specifically awful things that happened in this section. It's pretty smooth for the most part. Serious, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I was gonna say, are my alerts working? Much appreciated. Thank you. So that's Colosseum down, and then we just have another bowling pin trainer after her. The only RNG is whether Ninetales uses Quick Attack or something else. Like, that's literally it. I kind of wish a few more trainers in Colosseum were like this, where it's just kind of free. XD has kind of too many free fights, but I guess that's kind of a blessing. The game's already long enough. If the fights were any slower... And then I do make sure to hidden power the Torkoal on this next turn. Generally, just you want to hidden power whenever you can, because it's a faster animation than your other Psychic move. It's actually a big part of the reason hidden power Psychic route works even in the late game. Because you pick up Psychic as a TM really early in the run, and you would think, oh, Psychic's just a more powerful move than hidden power Psychic, so... You know, why would you need to use hidden power anymore? Well, it saves animation frames. And it adds up. It's like close to a second difference between the two moves, so... Just use it whenever you can. That's more free seconds saved, even later on. And you're out-leveling a lot of the trainers here in the late game, so hidden power does end up one-hitting a lot of things. So yeah, I decided to heal Espeon there. You could potentially keep that damage. You are going to Earthquake it again in one of the next two fights, which are back-to-back. Yeah, I guess this run's still good enough. We'll get the full restores. Yeah, full restore chest there, kind of like the one I just picked up in the lab in Colosseum today. It's just kind of there if you're worried about running out of hypers, or just worried that you might get a bad status on one of the last shadows in the run. Because, yeah, Greevil can status you with Shadow Fire. There's a couple other bad statuses that can happen. There's a freeze from Walrein somewhere. Just kind of nice to have a few extra hyper potions, though, if nothing else. You know, even if you don't use them for the status side effects. So yeah, this guy both turns with Espeon can just be hidden power. And in fact, you can just mash the A button on the second turn, usually. This Xatu is another example of a thing that Bear can outspeed if it has literally just god levels of speed. So at level 41... Yeah, you basically need perfect speed to guarantee that you outspeed, but a couple points less with plus nature can at least tie.
Well, yeah, now that I've missed the Swallow range once...
And it's also another thing you can shift XP for. If you get level 42 Bear here, then you can have a few points less in speed and outspeed Xatu. Just like the Sharpedo from a few fights ago, and the Xatu earlier on Seated Arc. Yeah, I really believe runs of the future will definitely want to manipulate high speed rather than high attack on bears, but who knows? Maybe with enough RNG and manipulation we can get good stats on other shadow Pokemon and just use those as our mains. Just like TAS runs might do. Okay, Grumpig was another speed range for bear. It's really easy to hit it though. And you can always shift another level to bear to get it as well. Like anytime you run a 16 speed bear, you should have a way to outspeed this Grumpig. And we were fine here, so 30 IV is more than enough. But yeah, without Hidden Power Fire or Electric, this fight is a little bit slower with Hidden Power Psychic. Just anytime there's multiple Steel types in the same fight, it's generally going to be a bit slower with this route, so... This is some of the minor time loss we suffer from not running the other hidden powers. It's like there was the gigantic time save on the Phoenix City section, and then you just kind of lose a little bit at Snag'em hideouts, and then you lose tiny bits here and there. You also save tiny bits on Robo-Groudon and a couple other mid-game sections. But yeah, it looks like it averages out that Psychic might be a little faster overall.
God crit on
The jury's still kind of out, though, because there could be other improvements made to Hidden Power Electric as well. And I'd have to recheck Smiley's run to see how lucky he was. See if we can kind of compare the two runs a bit better. This Hariyama, by the way, does have Fake Out, but luckily it's not the type of AI that always goes for it. It's just random, so you just kind of hope it doesn't pick that 1 out of 4 move. I think he did do that, didn't he? Or maybe that was my previous PB. Yeah, that was my previous run. He has gone Fake Out on a Hidden Power Psychic run of mine, just not this one, thankfully. Probably should have changed my stream info to XD, huh?
Jeez.
There, it's a little more accurate. Even though we're not speedrunning it currently. Yeah, I just like to run around while waiting for that platform. Completing step cycles might not really matter anymore for Bear's happiness, but you really have nothing else to do, so...
Yeah, hopefully no more mirror signal.
If the platforms could move while menuing, it'd be a great place to menu, but... As it is, you just gotta wait for it. This would be another really great room to find a clip of some kind in. Just skip this fight, just go to the other side, other elevator.
Okay, detect.
Because this fight really doesn't give you a lot of XP anyway. It's very much, you know, good candidate for skipping if we can find a way around it. And yeah, there is a chest in the middle of this area, kind of a spiral rock formation. It has 3 rare candies inside. But unfortunately, when you run back from the chest, you get a trainer fight, so... It's a fairly long fight, too. It's not really worth it. Could be a good thing to grab for some alt main routes or something in this game, but not when you're trying to use these two to go fast. And then this Altaria has a range. I don't think I missed it, though. Or if I did, it didn't really matter, because we were faster than it anyway with Bear. Okay, yeah. Luckily didn't miss the Altaria range today in Colosseum. I think it's about the same chance of a range, too. So, yeah, 75%.
Any of the end game ranges today.
We don't have the Twisted Spoon for either of them. So yeah, a little bit more of a walkie section. Just riding the elevator, then riding some hooks. Reading more Egan email. I kind of wish you weren't forced to look at every email in this game, kind of like Colosseum, but it just kind of brings it up automatically. So yeah, nearing the summit now. Generally not going to have to menu before this fight as long as Espeon was reasonably healthy, because we do have to Earthquake in the next fight. But we can always use Espeon's first turn to heal as well, because Espeon doesn't really have to do anything on the first turn. Since there's a Steel type, and then there's a pretty tanky Lantern as the leads, so we kind of just let Earthquake deal with both of them. It's hard not to get ahead of myself in this game.
No big damage from Explode or Supersonic.
So yeah, I was pretty good on health management in this run as well. I wasn't really in danger of running out of hypers or anything.
If I had crit myself there, I probably would have just finished.
That was kind of one of the challenges with routing this, was the money is just so tight now with Hidden Power Psychic. I actually have split it now at the outskirt shop into supers and hypers, just so we overall have more items to use. Because there's enough places in the late game where you might as well just have a super, like that's good enough healing sometimes. And this Lickitung was another range that improved with shifting XP to Espeon, so we're 53 for this fight, and for the Scyther in the next fight. Which I don't think was always true before. And I still missed the range, that's right. My range luck in this run in general was just so bad.
Not a good sign for endgame. My return count is still good. I don't know if I factored in missing both Altaria and Lickitung. Okay.
Yeah, Lickitung was a 15 and 16 range with level 53, so... Yeah, couldn't quite escape Seeded Hark without missing one of those ridiculously favorable ranges, but at least it's not a bad Pokemon at all. Like, Bear outspeeds it and Return kills it just fine, so... I don't think Lickitung can ever be faster than Bear. It's a very slow mon. Yeah, this fight I kind of had an alternate strat in mind for it. It's not in my notes anymore though, so I guess I didn't like it enough. I think it was considering using the other White Herb here, and then you wouldn't have it for the Eldest fight, which is kind of worse overall, so... kind of just scrapped that idea. But yeah, generally you kind of have to give Exploud a turn. And just hope it doesn't confuse you or crit Hyper Beam or something.
Okay, that's fine. Just get the Scyther range.
But we got the Screech AI, so that was completely fine.
15 and 16 as well.
And then yeah, Scyther is basically an equal range to Lickitung at 53, so pretty sure this one went down just fine. That'd be amazing if we missed both ranges at 53. I think at 52 they were both like still 75% at least or better, but definitely nice having him be over 90. And then Chansey, Chansey can die to return, but it's really amazing how much variance there is with the stat lines on it. Like, its defense is very low, but that means if the IV is really high, it's going to make a tremendous difference in your damage output. So, definitely a lot safer to just go for Hyper Beam, and it can actually still survive Hyper Beam sometimes. Extremely rarely, but it still can. I haven't had it happen yet. Like, you'll miss the move before you ever miss that range.
Cher goes back on after Snaddle.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention it, but yeah, before that Scyther fight was when I removed the Cher from Espeon. So that shifted enough XP so that Ursaring gets the nice level for Metang here. And then I believe right after this fight we put it back on Espeon, which is kind of optional, but it does improve some of the ranges in the last couple fights, and you don't really want to lose a run to missing a range right at the end, so... If you have to heal anyway, you might as well just re-equip with the same menu, so... But yeah, this fight in general is pretty okay. Not really much to say here other than the Starmie range. It's kind of another difference with Hidden Power Electric versus Psychic. So Hidden Power Electric actually was like over 90% to kill Starmie, I think. But now we have to use Bite, which is only 65%. It kind of sucks to miss it, but it doesn't usually mean a death or anything. And I think as bad as my range luck was, I think we were fine on the Starmie. I don't remember missing the Starmie range. I know we got the Lugia. It's like Lugia and Starmie are like the big bite ranges at the end of the run.
Yeah, I think Psychic still is barely guaranteed to 2-hit, unfortunately, so... Might have to do a safe strat there. Let's see.
So yeah, it didn't crit Espeon. It's another small worry, but... Generally I take bulkier Espeons, so crit Earthquake wouldn't likely kill at this point.
Right to bite.
That's one of the nice things that stems from skipping Twisted Spoon as well, and the XP route shift. Just widening the level gap between the two, so that Bear doesn't hurt Espeon as much with all these Earthquakes. Also, hey, what's up, Photo? So yeah, these fights are much scarier in 100% where you're trying to catch their shadows, but in any percent it's kind of just like a couple of dumb ranges you have to hit, and... Yeah, the next fight's probably one of the scarier ones, though. I think I'll always have a bit more of an irrational fear of Ardos, just because I missed his 99% Swallow range with the first run I did with this route. Oh, I did miss the Starmie range, okay. Yeah, my range luck was shit in this run. I can never say that enough, but yeah, a lot of the early game amazing luck that I had was largely cancelled by my range luck for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Espeon's been keeping this run from being exceptionally great, just by missing...
God, but this run could have been. Yeah, missed Lickitung, missed Starmie.
All that time loss was 3 missed ranges.
I did get the Golduck though, so I really, I don't know. Golduck's basically equivalent to both of those ranges, I guess. Time-wise.
XP share. Now our boy Ardos.
Good old Ardos. So yeah, in this fight you can... Like, the whole point is to try to outspeed Alakazam with Ursaring, and that'll sometimes take 1x speed or 2x speeds. This bear was fast enough to get away with 1x speed.
That's okay.
You're basically just hoping not to get frozen by Ice Punch, crit by Psychic, you know.
Alright, we will not.
There's some fairly okay backup strats if you're not able to go for Earthquake, but they are kind of slow.
Nope, dude. Forgot to swap moves. Okay.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of time lost there, because I'm also swapping Psychic around, too, to try to be optimal with my inputs in battle. So it's a little easy to forget, like, whether Psychic's in slot 1 or slot 3 currently. And I think my notes were kind of bad at one part, too, so I was, like, reading them a little too closely or something. So a little bit of a menu flub there, but I think that's about the only bad thing that happened in this fight.
Yeah, just call.
So yeah, my menus were bad on both of those turns, but the fight itself was fine, so... End up losing a little bit of time, I think, but it's much better than, like, missing a range and losing a minute. And yeah, we did not miss the Kingdra range. That's another kind of nasty way to lose time here. Without the Twisted Spoon, that Kingdra can survive. Thankfully did not this time.
Very sloppily executed. Just don't crit Espeon and I'll accept this.
Yeah, pretty good summary by past me there. So thankfully did not crit Espie. And then we do have to hit a Hyper Beam on Snorlax to finish it off, but since we only had to use 1x speed, we were able to call for an accuracy boost, so we don't have to worry about a miss, at least. If we wanted to make the money route even tighter, we could X attack on that turn and just return Snorlax. Yeah, so pretty much my entire time lost there was just my menuing being bad during this fight.
Yeah, any fight you can walk away from. Good stuff.
So yeah, at this point Espeon's out of Psychic PP, so this heal is very timely and nice. It's another thing that Hidden Power's generally been good for, like no matter what type it is just having more power points available that can kill stuff. So we don't have to pick up any ethers or elixirs or anything. They do have a big pot of ethers at the top, like right before the Scyther trainer, I believe, but we don't have to get those anymore.
You can pick up like 30 to 40
And
seconds.
more Monkey Man!
That's about it.
And this fight's generally okay as well, except I know I missed a range in this fight too. Stupid Mr. Mime survived return. And that can happen, sadly, but, you know, just kind of adding to the trickle of time loss throughout the late game. Yeah, this run could have been close to a 423 if I missed just a few less ranges, or if I missed none of the dumb ones at the late game.
Okay, these notes are assuming opposite psychic order.
And I don't even have a range in my notes for Mr. Mime. I don't think it's one of the 90+% ones, but it's still favorable, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I guess both up here.
Especially with 29 attack.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Psychic should be slot 1.
Yeah, so a bit of hastily written notes. I think were kind of trolling me a bit with when to do move swaps. Generally, you do just want Psychic to be in slot 1 at this point in the game, because it's going to be your first move for the majority of the fights here.
Oh, nice.
And that didn't even come close to killing. Like, that's probably the tankiest Mime I've ever had in a run.
Okay. Well,
Luckily, I thought on the fly correctly and attacked the right things. Because Mime does outspeed Bear, so you have to kill that with Espeon so it doesn't get a turn. I don't think I had to Hyper Beam Wall Rain, though. It usually just dies just fine to return. I think that was kind of a little brain fart on my part, but it worked out.
yeah, the range luck this run is starting to get pretty disappointing. It was only slightly below average for a little while, and then this end game just kind of destroyed it. This is now close to a bad run in my eyes.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit sad at my range luck, honestly. It's like at this point I knew that record was going to come down to Greevil. Like literally just Lugia and Greevil, because my last split was really bad, and I needed most of the time save at this point in order to just edge out record. Like, PB was still in pretty good shape. I mean, obviously, a bad Greevil fight could destroy that at any time, but... yeah, I was not in the best of moods at this point in the run. I've just had so many PBs in the past that were, like, just short of record or just short of some milestone that I wanted. And I was just like, oh, it's gonna happen again. I'm just gonna have a run that I absolutely hate. Super long, dumb game. PB by like 5 seconds. I don't think that crit changed anything.
I'm going to do something really stupid, but I don't think it's actually going to be worth it. It's like I could have maybe Earthquaked there, just get the win that turn, but sacrifice Espeon. I don't think it's worth it though, because I only have the max revive left. I need that for certain...
It's not a terrible idea, though, honestly. Like, there are situations where Espeon would have more health entering this fight, so you could double Earthquake. Dugtrio's a frail piece of shit, so that would almost always die to Earthquake, I'm pretty sure. Coming in.
Okay, White Herb on.
Just TAS ideas. But yeah, in the days of old, Bear had a higher level there, so it was more easily able to return Glalie, and Espeon could just Psychic, Twisted Spoon, Ampharos, but yeah, generally we'll have to Earthquake there. So now we just use our healing items more, and finally put our other herb on. Alright, so here's the brother of the scary Swellow guy.
Swap Psychic, swap Fate.
So now he's got a Ninjask, which used to be a lot scarier when Espeon had lower levels. Generally now, especially when we run bulky Espeons, we don't die to 2 Silver Winds. And there's generally only 3 turns in this fight where he's allowed to do any damage to you. Espeon does usually still die to all 3 hits. I think an interesting thing happened in this fight, though. So yeah, we swapped our moves around one last time. Fake Tears is now in slot 1, just because that's the first move Bear uses in both of these last fights. So just to save a few inputs.
Yeah, I guess just go all in on the ranges now.
So yeah, we burn our last White Herb, so now we can kill the Ninjask next turn. So yeah, he hit Bear here, but got the boost. If he had hit Espeon there and then got the boost, I would have been terrified. Because that could have killed. And I probably would have been forced to play it safe, honestly.
Would have been far worse if it targeted Espeon turn 1 with that. So this should, yeah, we're still not dead to Double Edge.
Yeah, see, all that damage, I could have possibly lived. It kind of depended on the rolls, but I don't know if I would have risked it. I honestly don't think I would have risked it. And yeah, him having a defense boost doesn't matter, because he's 100% dead to return still. As long as we had the White Herb. That's one of the biggest reasons I chose to keep White Herb for this fight, as opposed to using it ever on the Exploud fight with the Stantler. So yeah, Espeon has enough HP to survive Flygon's move that it's going to go for, and then that's usually the only other damage we take in this fight. Although the Lapras can sometimes outspeed Ursaring, and sometimes Marowak can survive that Psychic, and so you don't one-hit KO, and then you don't get to have damage on the Lapras coming in, and yeah, it can be messy still, but Marowak is a 90+% range with Psychic, so it dips a little bit if we don't have the share on Espeon after Snaddle 2. But yeah, this fight was fine. I don't think we actually lost time compared to my old PB. I think both rounds got a Silver Wind boost. I might have still saved time with better menuing execution, though.
A little bit of redemption from mine.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the right play to go for return there, because it could have min-maxed and survived. I just kind of didn't feel like whiffing a Hyper Beam, like giving RNG any chance like that.
Go for a single hidden power range.
But normally you do want a Hyper Beam Lapras if you get that low of a return roll.
Okay, here we go.
Hey Juan, how's it going? Just wrapping up the commentary here. Got here just in time. So there's a little bit of safety here using that machine rather than using items. It's not that much slower.
Right to bite and then mash A on fake tears. Hopefully Lugia doesn't survive like it did in PB. Be some nice time saves.
Yeah, that's the one takeaway, Juan. Congratulations. Yeah, nothing else in the first 4 hours mattered. Just using that heal machine.
Time. Dale, sorry.
But yeah, this was definitely a make or break for world record here. And I knew my PB was trash in this last split, so there was plenty of time save if I just got the 2-hit on Lugia and some misses from Exeggutor. And yeah, fake tears in slot 1.
Decent roll there. No
Yeah, very happy to see that roll, and no crit from Shadow Blast. Espeon would have barely tanked it, though, if it did crit. It's another thing Hidden Power Electric Route had in its favor was getting this bigger hit on Lugia for the second hit. Almost ensuring the range. So with Bite, it's unfortunately kind of 50-50-ish, which kind of sucks, but you could also get a flinch, and then it's not that slow, at least, but yeah, that fight was just fine. And then it was basically all down to this guy's Exeggutor.
Slot 1 for both moves.
So it's got Shadow End as its primary move that it attacks non-Shadow Pokemon with. It has 60% accuracy. So you're kind of just hoping for miss-hit, basically, or some combination of that, where it only hits 1 out of 3. If it hits both of the first 2, you kind of just have to hope it targeted different Pokemon each time. Otherwise, you just gotta max revive if you picked it up, and then hope for better RNG from there. So decent chance that you just straight up lose this fight to being unlucky with Eggy AI. And I don't necessarily agree that picking up Togepi makes it that much better either. Like, it makes it a little bit safer, but you're not really saving much time with that recovery. You're still losing a lot, so... Especially with targeting AI being random. He's not necessarily going to kill off the lower-leveled Togepi. So yeah, that's the one hidden power range I chose to go for, and then I was just like, no, I'm not going to risk Zapdos at all. Even though Zapdos is over 90% as well. Like, it's over 95% with hidden power, but I still clicked Psychic at the end of the fight. So yeah, here comes... Yeah, super excited about that first miss. Paid actor, yep. Here, this was too funny not to show, so I'll show my old self and my new. Number 2. See, that's the live one now. That's what it says.
Do not.
Yeah, Articuno's a range, by the way. It's actually not quite in 95% territory, so that's always kind of a scary one.
That's slower now if you miss, but don't crit. I'm Psychicking Zapdos, I don't even care. Oh my Jesus Christ.
Oh my Jesus Christ. Yeah, powerful Executor there.
The worst thing if Bear died there, but...
For sure, powerful Eggy. Yeah, that's the fight, once we hit this beam.
For average, 136. Yeah,
one nice thing about him having hit at least 2 Shadow Ends is we could just return that.
That is the run.
Yeah, 1 out of 3 is fine.
Wowee. A little bit of a shocker there at the end there, Greeble.
So that is the world record of XD any percent.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have been the worst thing to die there as long as it didn't crit Espeon the next turn, because I could have just bite, but yeah.
And yeah, that's true. It was late enough in the fight that if Bear died there, I could have still won. It was only going to lose a little bit of time. It wasn't, like, catastrophic to have Bear die right there.
Safe strat with Zapdos at the end. And then obviously Lugia survived on the second turn, so... yeah, that should be it.
Yeah, just mashing like a madman here to finish out. So yeah, there goes the 423 we could have had if I had better range luck.
Carried somewhat by some amazing RNG in early game, but most
it really
of it was canceled out by the range luck. Yeah, it was a ride. That was a ride.
Yeah, this was record by only about 30 seconds, so if I had had much worse of a final split there, yeah, we would have barely missed it, I think. Just too much bad range luck.
Beautiful. Alright.
But yeah, given the really lucky early game, I think I'm definitely satisfied with that time for now. Until somebody, you know, beats it or we get Bear Manip, whichever happens first.
Man. My bladder's actually fine. I don't have to immediately rush to the toilet.
Bladder percent.
Oh, good stuff. Yeah, HP Psychic Supreme.
Psychic Supreme.
This actually works, though, because I'm probably going to be away for the next couple weekends, so I might not have time for any percent, but I still will do some Battle CDs runs for sure.
I actually did go on vacation a week later. It's nice.
Yeah, I'll get going on that VOD tonight. For sure.
Nice little camping trip by the ocean. So yeah, hopefully this was informative and interesting to watch. I don't usually do post-run commentaries like this. I'll have to go ahead and combine this with the previous 3-hour, 20-minute video or something. Couldn't quite get it all in one stream just because OBS decided to suck, but... I could still look into that issue a little bit.
Next, because I think I've polished up the Battle CD notes pretty well.
But yeah, still chugging away on Battle CDs. I'll probably do a few more attempts of that, but I'll probably end up going back to Arceus next month. Because I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I keep getting sucked into other stuff, so... Now we got the PSR Marathon hype in full gear, so...
Yeah, that's like almost all the time save there is just the range luck.
And I did do a run today, Juan, of the Umbreon alt main routes, and I got a world record because there is currently no run on the leaderboard, so free record, hype.
Yeah, I can't ask for too much better RNG in that.
So I don't know if I'll actually submit, but I might, yeah. Just to have something there.
Beast early game too.
I really should be submitting my No Snags run, but I'll just submit that run instead.
Just glad that the PB run and world record.
Yeah, I think I saw something about that on Discord.
Like, it was definitely going to happen.
Nice snap outs.
With Hidden Power Psychic. So I'm happy for that, too.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race for sure. I didn't exactly get a great time with today's run, so I'm probably not going to finish anywhere close to tie, but I kind of want tie to dominate anyway.
Do we raid someone?
3 in a week, damn. I was surprisingly bad with doing the Master Ball dupe menus. Like, I guess it's just been too long. Like, every one of them was slow. I guess it was a decent Eevee fight, though. Eevee is so much simpler and faster with the Master Ball. I think I'm definitely keeping it in, even if it's not much faster than the No Snags route.
100% in XD, yeah.
I think it is faster technically, but we had some slow execution at the end. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Looking forward to Quill Manip.
I was 4 minutes behind my No Snags PB at Dacum. We just had so much crappy early game RNG. But hopefully we got a lot of it out of the way before the marathon.
Yeah,
anyway, I'm talking about stuff now that's not even related to this commentary, so...
Don't worry.
Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, hopefully you enjoyed the commentary.
It does add a nice little effect when I can just kind of
go ahead and stop the video.
You guys can just kind of see me doing this. And,
So, yeah, I'll go ahead and combine that, throw it on YouTube, and yeah, call it good. Yay, commentary. The most talking you'll probably ever hear from me on a stream.